Okay, it's 9:30, so we'll make a start. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Stage 2 hearing sessions on the Sheffield Local Plan. Can I just check that everyone at the back can hear me? Yes, thank you. My name is Katie Child, for those of you who haven't met before. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and a Planning Inspector, and I've been appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct the examination of the Sheffield Plan, along with my colleagues David, Troy and Rosie Morgan, who aren't here today but are also involved in the examination process. So the examination is based on the draft version of the plan, which was published in December 22. Our role is to examine the plan, to look at its soundness and its legal compliance. As part of this, we will be considering all the written evidence submitted, but we will also be taking account of verbal submissions made at the hearing sessions themselves. So the hearing session this morning is focusing on site policies and allocations in the South Sub-Area of Sheffield. As with the Stage 1 hearing sessions and previous Stage 2 hearing sessions, we are likely to discuss potential changes to the plan during the session, and there may be action points as well, which I may ask the Council to do. We've asked the Council to keep a running list of potential changes and actions arising from each session, so we may be adding to that this morning. And then at the closing session between the Council and the inspectors, it's standard practice to just run through that list and check that it's okay, and to discuss any outstanding practical matters and next steps with the Council at that point. Okay, before I get to the agenda then, I've just got a few practicalities to run through. Firstly, a reminder, the sessions are being filmed and live streamed on the Council's YouTube page, so welcome to anyone who is watching today. Secondly, a reminder, Ian Kemp at the back is the Programme Officer, so if you have any practical questions or problems during the morning session, then please see Ian. Can I just check that everyone has a copy of the agenda? Yep, thank you. Reminder to turn off mobile phones or put them on silent. And I need to say that if you are intending to film or record the session and share images online or with others, then please be aware that you will be responsible for complying with relevant data protection legislation. I'll now turn to the Council to talk through any fire alarm procedures or any practical matters.
Thank you. We are not expecting any fire alarm tests today, so if you hear the fire alarm going off, then it is a real fire alarm and we need to exit the building by the large steps that you will have come up to get in, and we will gather together outside the jewellers across the road. If you have any issue exiting the building, please let one of us know and the security staff from Town Hall will be able to help you out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So just a few words in terms of how the session this morning will run. I think a lot of people around the table are fairly familiar with the process. It takes the form of a structured discussion based on the agenda before us. It's an opportunity for me to ask questions and find out more about particular matters, and also an opportunity for others around the table to have their say. My initial questions are normally aimed at the Council, but there will be plenty of opportunity for others around the table to come in as well. And if you do wish to come into a discussion at any stage, if you could place your nameplate on its side in the normal way, and I'll try and bring you into the discussion as soon as I can. In terms of timings, the session looking at South East Sheffield sites is scheduled for the morning, so I would be aiming to finish by 1 o'clock at the latest. And then we'll be taking a mid-morning break of 15 minutes at some suitable point. So before we get to the main agenda, if we can do the introductions, please. If I could go around the table and if everyone can say their name and their organisation where relevant, starting on my right with the Council, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Stevens, Local Plan Team Lead for the Council.
Morning, Mum. Sarah Reid, RAID, King's Counsel. I'm the barrister for the Council.
Morning, Mum. Tom Finnegan-Smith. I'm the Assistant Director for City Transport at Sheffield City Council.
Good morning. Jen McCall, Sheffield City Council, Transport Planning.
I missed your surname.
Carl.
Simon Vincent, Strategic Planning Service Manager at the Council.
Mike Johnson, Head of Planning at the Council. Ellie Roden, Principal Planning Officer for Sheffield City Council.
Good morning, Chris Hanson, Principal Planning Officer at Sheffield City Council.
Morning, Ma'am. Andrew Rose from Sporforth, representing Rural Development.
Roland Bolton from DLP Planning, representing Hallam Land Management and Inspired Villages.
Good morning, Press Chris Digman, just a plain old resident.
Can you repeat your surname, please?
Chris Digman, D-I-G-M-A-N.
Good morning, Councillor Curtis Crossland, Local Councillor for Bayton Ward.
Good morning, Councillor Ian Horner, Councillor for Bayton Ward.
Good morning, Fiona Hinson. I'm part of the Springwell Estate, representing the residents.
Christopher Young, King's Council, representing the residents as well.
Clive Betts, Member of Parliament for Sheffield South East.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we get on to the agenda, does anyone have any questions, practical questions about how the session this morning will run? No? Okay. So just to introduce then the agenda for this morning, we're obviously looking at sites and policies in South East Sheffield Sub-Area. The agenda before us doesn't cover every site. I've included those where I have particular questions or where I know that people wish to speak and have particular concerns. So if you do have any comments on any other sites, if you could please raise those under agenda item 11. We will be looking today at site suitability, deliverability and availability, and that's the proposed allocation sites in the plan. In relation to availability and deliverability, the Council a couple of weeks ago agreed to produce an extra evidence document on housing site availability, which is in the examination library now as examination documents 80 and 81. So these are new tables that set out new trajectory information. So I just wanted to check that other participants around the table have seen these. I understand they were emailed out. If anyone hasn't seen them, can they just raise their hand? No? Okay, so everyone's seen those. Thank you, that's good. So I know that there is a particular interest in site SES03, so that's land east of Eckington Way. There are lots of objections obviously received on this particular site. I have read all the representations that people have submitted, and I'm aware obviously there are a number of people here who wish to speak about that site today. Obviously I welcome your input and any comments and anything additional you want to say to add to your hearing statements this morning. Just to say as well though that you are obviously free to leave once that item has finished, so obviously it's fairly high up on the agenda, so please don't feel that you need to stay and to hear the rest of the agenda. I'll leave a moment after that item for anyone to leave the table if they wish. So before we get to the South East sites, we actually have agenda item 2 firstly. So Mr. Betts and possibly Mr. Young as well, I'm not sure, they're obviously here to talk about issues to do with the green belt in Sheffield. Green belt issues were discussed at the stage 1 hearings in July, but the actual day I believe that Mr. Betts was due to appear was the general election day, so he has a good excuse. But if you wish obviously Mr. Betts to say any of your comments that you were going to say on that day, this is an opportunity this morning to do so. I'll give you an opportunity to have your say, and then I'll obviously have some questions for the Council after that. So please proceed.
Mr. Child, thank you very much indeed for allowing me to have that bit of flexibility. Not through my doing, I hasten to add. I had no control over the arrangements on that day. It was very briefly, really. It was, and just say generally, I'm supportive of the proposals in the local plan for my constituency, particularly ones at the other end, which aren't greenbelt issues, of course, but about the new housing development in the old East End of Sheffield, the old industrial site, which I think is a real positive boost to regeneration in that area. The one I want to refer to is the bridal style site in Mosborough. I can remember back when I first became an MP back in the 1990s when this site was actually going to be zoned for housing by the council, the whole of it. there was a mass outrage and demonstration support for the existing open space, and the council eventually changed, quite rightly, its opinion, listened on that occasion to public concerns, and took most of the development out of the proposals in the UDP and left it as open space, with the indication that eventually it would come back and look at the potential for it being put into the green belt, just as the land to the, get my directions right, to the west of Bridlestyle, which is actually in Derbyshire, there is in the green belt. It's a wonderful part of open space that the local community really enjoys. It's got historic links as the old road in medieval times between Sheffield and London. It's a historical bridle path. It's got a medieval strip field system alongside it. And Mosborough History Society can give you chapter and verse over the unique nature of the area. 500 people signed a petition and wanted it put in the green belt. Basically, the response from the council's been, oh, we don't want a general review of the green belt. We don't want to encourage other developers to come forward with suggestions and proposals. Therefore, we're putting it on one side. There's been no real justification why it couldn't be and shouldn't be in the green belt as the local people want, to give that bit of added protection against any potential for future development, bearing in mind the long fight that people had 30 years ago. I don't really understand that. There are one or two changes to the green belt, of course. Just up the road from there is a site at the Norton Aerodrome, which is earmarked now for housing, with local support and good local consultation in the past. That's in the green belt and it's going to be developed. So that there can be flexibilities and changes. What I would ask is if it isn't the right time to look at green belt issues, the local plan, when is? My view has always been Greenbelt is sensitive, therefore to look at it, you look at it properly as part of a local plan process. I'm therefore concerned that it's been dismissed out of hand. I would just hope the council at some point would indicate they'd come back and have another look at this. It's a really important local site, it's got historical connections as well as it immediately enjoyed by the local community. It seems a very sensible proposal. I'm sorry it's been dismissed out of hand in the way it has.
Thank you very much, Mr Betts. If I could turn to the council now then, if you could just outline your reasons. Obviously I can see within the evidence you submitted that it's a site that you considered whether to add to the green belt, but made the decision not to do that. If you could just expand on your reasons for that for me.
Yes, thank you. The council's concluded that exceptional circumstances don't exist to alter the green belt boundary other than where a sustainably located brownfield site is proposed for removal from the green belt to allow housing development. The land at Bridlestyle is designated as an urban green space zone, and much of it is also designated as a local wildlife site, so it does have significant protection from built development in the plan. There's been no change in circumstances in relation to this land since the Greenbelt boundary was originally defined in the Greenbelt local plan back in 1983 and then subsequently confirmed in the UDP in 1998. Under the framework, Greenbelt boundaries are intended to endure for the long term and be permanent, framework paragraph 140, and further to that, paragraph 139 sets out that new Greenbelt proposals should be set out whether any major changes in circumstance have made the adoption of this exceptional measure necessary. Obviously, in other parts of the city, we've made proposed minor amendments to the Greenbelt, both addition and deletions, to rectify anomalies and ensure strong boundaries are in place. This is quite a large tract of land. We do clearly recognise that some of the land does, in principle, perform the purposes of Greenbelt. Specifically, it prevents urban sprawl, protects the countryside and therefore supports urban regeneration by its protection. That was recognised in the Greenbelt Review. Part of Bridlestyle forms part of parcel SSE 3C, which is on page 66 of document GB02. That was considered in the Greenbelt Review as one of a number of large areas of countryside around the city that weren't protected by Greenbelt, such that we would understand which purposes of Greenbelt they do perform if we were minded to conclude that there are exceptional circumstances for addition. Thank you.
So I assume this is sort of mainly about purpose 3 then, because it scores quite highly, doesn't it, in terms of preventing the encroachment into the countryside. So is it, just to confirm my understanding, so the council's position is effectively because you have the the existing designations of local wildlife site and urban green space, that provides a significant degree of protection, because obviously it does perform some element of positive greenbelt role on one purpose, but you have these other designations.
That's right, yes. I think, well, as I just said, we've concluded it does perform against some of the Greenbelt purposes, and as well as having other roles which it's protected for. I think the principle relates more to the general approach to not amending Greenbelt boundaries other than in the circumstances specified, where we'd found exceptional circumstances to release brownfield land from the Greenbelt for new homes. Other exceptional circumstances were made on smaller sites to ensure that the boundary is robust effectively in relation to the situation on the ground. But no, I certainly don't disagree with Mr. Betts, Clive Betts MP, that the land in question does perform against purposes of Greenbelt in some degree, yes.
Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions for the Council. Mr. Betts, do you wish to add anything else? Thank you very much. Right, let's move on then to item 3. So this is the first of the South East Sheffield sites, land east of Eckington Way. So this is allocated in the plan for 12 travelling show people plots and an element of employment land as well. As I said before, I obviously recognise there are a significant number of objections to this particular proposal. Under the agenda today, I've got some specific questions under A, B and C, which concerns site ownership and access, highways issues and public transport. I'll provide an opportunity to comment after B and C, and then obviously if there's anything, and there probably is quite a bit that I haven't picked up on the agenda, if you wish to raise that under item D, so we'll take those in order. And then items E and F are just looking at proposed wording changes that the Council's put forward to the policy within the plan. So we'll have a brief discussion on that. So firstly then, part A. So I've just got some questions really about the deliverability of the site and the Council's plans for bringing forward both sections. I just want to gain an understanding. So I'm not sure who in the Council, sorry, I'm looking at Mr. Vincent then. Thank you for confirming. So if you could just start off, Mr. Vincent, if you could just outline for me how the Council's planning to bring the site forward, please.
Yes, thank you, Mel. Yeah, the whole site is within council ownership and is available. In terms of delivering the travelling show people element of the site allocation, there are ongoing discussions between the council's property services department, who represent the council as landowner, and they're discussing the land lease or purchase with the Yorkshire representative from the Showman's Guild, who represent the travelling show people in Sheffield. The larger area of the site that's allocated for employment use will be delivered by the council, as well as providing opportunities for new businesses in the area. Importantly, it will provide opportunities for businesses to relocate, if necessary, to purpose-built units from other areas of the city. So we see this particularly as important in terms of allowing some of the uses in the central area, which are in less appropriate locations or in old premises, to locate to newly built premises in other parts of the city. So that's an important objective. So it is a site that the council intends to deliver. As yet, there's no specific time frame for that delivery, but certainly there is a commitment to deliver the travelling show people element as soon as possible in discussions with the Showman's Guild.
Thank you for that. Just to confirm then, so you said that the larger area which will comprise employment land, that will be delivered by the council. Can I just confirm you intend to deliver it and retain it, and then obviously rent out the units? Is that the plan? You'd retain the ownership?
Yes, well, I think that would be the intention, yes.
And in terms of the area then that you would be selling to the Travellers Guild, I take it, Could you just explain for me which part of the site that would be? Would it be the west or the east?
Conversations are ongoing with the Yorkshire branch of the Guild at the moment around the exact location of that plot. There are three options as we see them from a practical point of view where that 1.5 hectares could be located, and we've shared those sort of parcel options with the Guild themselves, who at the moment are working up different layouts based on those three options to be able to provide that back to the council. It's a particularly busy time for the Guild at the moment, so we're anticipating that information coming back to us in November for us then to be able to move forward in terms of more detailed commercial negotiations with the Guild based on the layouts and their preference around how that, what element of that wider plot they would be more interested in. So that's where those conversations are at this point in time.
Okay, thank you for that. So in terms of the council being able to bring forward this site, obviously that would involve some funding. Has that been agreed by your cabinet or committee structure?
At this point in time, the cost, the capital cost of us bringing that forward site bringing the site forward isn't fully known. So we haven't got that understanding in terms of agreement through committee structures to deliver that in terms of committed funding. The council, however, is committed to delivering the site, and will look at different sort of options through its capital programme if that's deemed necessary when the commercials around delivery are fully understood, to ensure that that site can be delivered for the purposes that we see, and obviously those purposes around the travel and show people and having opportunities to relocate existing employment uses from sites that we see transition as a real key strategic priority for the council. So we would anticipate future decision making around our capital programme to reflect that, to ensure enabling funding is available if needed to deliver some of the costs of bringing the site forward.
Thank you. I appreciate it probably sounds like it's in quite early phases. Can you give me sort of a brief overview of where you see it going in terms of those initial phases? So obviously doing some probably more design work, working up the costs, then working out a funding stream or potential funding streams. Can you just give me the sort of potential timescales of that?
Of course, I think from our conversations with the Guild, I would like to think by the end of the year we will be in discussions with them around around price for the relevant piece of the site that ultimately it's determined it would be most appropriate for them to be located on. From that point of view, I would hope within that sort of first or second quarter of 25 we'd be able to conclude those conversations. In relation to the wider side, I think the council has got more work to do at the moment, and again probably broader timelines there around the right opportunities and the right types of units to bring on those sites from a commercial perspective. Part of that will be reliant on ultimately the layout that is decided with respect to the Guild and the position of the travel and show people on the site in terms of the nature and type of those end users and potential units. So I would have thought through the first 2 quarters of 2025 all of that will start to crystallise, and we'll have a better idea around with respect to any additional costs and where those costs what those costs will look like, and therefore if there's any additional funding that might be needed to support that. So I would have thought that would be the broad timelines for that to progress.
Thank you very much. Moving on, I've got no more questions in terms of that process. So moving on then to the issue of access and highways, which is sort of related, I guess, to the funding, is obviously one of the big sort of bits of kit that the council would then need provide is the access road, isn't it? So I'm assuming that would need to be funded fully by the council, or would you be looking at other sources of funding for that?
we would anticipate that it would be funded by the council. That's to be confirmed. And as I say, I think because of the importance of the site and its allocation, the council would once it understood that cost in more detail relative to the commercial value that it will drive off the site itself, then it will look at its own sort of capital programme and other avenues potentially in relation to land receipts from other land that is released through local plan that the council owns to help enable that if that is necessary. But yes, we would anticipate the council bearing the cost of that.
Thank you. Obviously, a number of objections have been raised highlighting congestion in the local area, and the council, as part of its evidence in terms of the local plan, has obviously modelled in its transport assessment work the impact of allocations and the plan in the growth in the plan on key junctions and key routes. And then, as outlined in your hearing statement, you're obviously saying that the scheme itself would not place significant additional demand on the highway network, but you recognise that there are existing problems on the network and that there is obviously a need to tackle these. So can you provide me with an overview of how you intend to tackle the existing congestion problems in this particular locality?
Thank you, Ma'am. The access and highways issues related to this site are covered in our transport assessment, which reports on the local road network impacts and potential mitigation, which is report exam 3F. That analysis confirms that the junction of Eckington Way and Mosborough Parkway was one of the 41 junctions identified as requiring detailed investigation as part of this work. That's covered at paragraph 4.1.1 on page 20. The results, which are set out on table 6 on page 24 of the report, indicate that, as you've indicated, that whilst this junction, which is referred to as L-SE-41, is forecast to operate over capacity in future years, the actual change from the reference case, which is the case, an assessment without local plan sites included within it, to the with local plan case is relatively low, and we've assessed that as less than a 10% change in the ratio of flow to capacity at the junction. And that does not trigger the need to identify strategic highway mitigation at this stage. Those trigger thresholds are covered and defined in the approach to mitigation section of the report. That's paragraph 3.4, covered in table 3 on page 16. And in relation to this site, that shows that in 2029, the morning peak with the plan increases from 101% in the reference case to 102% with the plan development. The evening peak increases from 109% to 115%. And then forecasting towards 2039, the morning peak analysis showed that with the plan changes from 101% in the reference case to 100% with the plan development included. The evening peak changes from 114% to 118%. The explanation around the ratio of flow capacity effectively providing that measure of the utilised capacity of a junction approach arm is explained in paragraph 3.3.2. The model indicates that whilst this part of the network is likely to be under significant pressure, this is mostly due to existing traffic and general background traffic growth. It's also noted that, as discussed at the stage 1 hearing regarding matter 7, the trip levels used in the model and analysis are robust and are likely to be an overestimate. That's also set out at paragraph 3.1.3 on page 12 of exam 3F. That sets out that the forecasting approach is considered to be a worst case scenario on the highway impacts. As allocations come forward, a more detailed transport assessment and travel plan will be expected as part of the planning application. Depending on the scale and nature of the application, to determine specific transport impacts and identify any required improvements. We are aware of the existing transport issues in this and other localities, and along with other parts of the city, this is an area where investment in both strategic and local transport infrastructure is required to manage demand on the network and improve accessibility for those that live, work or visit this area. Investing in public transport and active travel will be a key part of creating more capacity on the road network. There are a number of policies in the plan that will help secure investment in this area, and they're covered in policy T1, which is enabling sustainable travel. That sets out the priorities for delivering an effective transport network that enables sustainable travel, and that includes priorities which are directly relevant to the South East Sub-Area as set out in the city region and city level section of the policy. Those include improving rail connectivity between Sheffield and Chesterfield and North East Derbyshire, proposals for a new station at Bayton. Now, we do acknowledge that the government's Restoring Your Railways programme, which is where this was initially proposed to be developed through, has been withdrawn, but the council does maintain its priorities in this location and improvements as part of its priorities for future rail. And we're continuing to work on those with colleagues in SYMCA. Delivering mass transit corridors with a focus on developing scalable bus priority schemes, including routes to Handsworth and Bayton on the city centre to South East corridor, were also referenced, as are securing the long-term future of the tram network, which is located just over half a kilometre from the site. Delivering on active travel, our Sheffield Transport Strategy, adopted in 2019 and most recently refreshed with our transport vision adopted earlier this year, sets out the city's initial priorities, which include cycling proposals to serve stops on the Blue Supertram route in Mosborough Townships, and work has been initiated on developing a walking, wheeling and cycling investment plan for the city that will continue over the coming months, expecting to be adopted in the spring next year, and that will influence priorities for new infrastructure in relation to all and any funding streams, and it will directly inform our developing case for investment in South Yorkshire's planned city region sustainable transport settlement 2. Policy SA5 also reflects and covers the South East Sheffield Sub-Area. Criterion G also seeks to support delivery of the sustainable transport improvements, and those include implementing community-focused active travel neighbourhoods to improve walking and cycling to local amenities, support for the reopening of the Barrow Hill line to passengers, which I've referenced previously, and mass transit corridors from the city centre to the south east. Finally, in terms of site access, we envisage that this would be potentially provided from the fourth arm of the roundabout at the junction of the B6053 and Drake House Way, but there are other options that could potentially be employed. The details of that would be determined at the planning application stage. In summary, the strategic modelling does not indicate a need to identify strategic highway mitigation at this stage as a result of the local plan allocations. However, a more detailed transport assessment will be required as part of the planning applications which come forward to determine any site-specific highway, public transport and active travel improvements. The Council is aware of existing congestion and connectivity concerns in this part of the city and has identified the priorities for improvement as set out in policies T1 and SA5.
Thank you very much. You obviously outlined a number of active travel measures that you say will be helping to tackle congestion generally in the area. Are there any road improvement schemes that the council has planned or looking at in the locality to ease any congestion as well, perhaps in the short term?
Thank you. Not in directly relation to this site or the immediate highway layout adjacent to it.
sorry, just to confirm, nothing in the particular sort of local area either then?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you very much. Right, I'll now take comments from others around the table. I know there's been a few objections about this issue, so anyone who wishes to speak about the issues of access and highways, then I'll take those comments now. Any other comments, then obviously we'll leave for item D. So, Mr. Young, you were first.
Thank you very much. So, just so I'm clear, we're restricting ourselves just at this point to access, really, in transport.
Anything to do with access, transport, highways? Yes.
Highways, okay. So just for anybody who doesn't know, I act for developers all over the country on schemes from sort of 10,000 houses down to 10 houses. And when it comes to transport, your site that you bring forward has to be deliverable, and you have to demonstrate it's deliverable, and that's probably about 40% of the work that goes into these planning applications at the application stage. I have never heard in 25 years of anybody promoting sites where you're talking about traffic capacity at 109, if I've understood it correct, or 114 or 118%. I think I understood that's the capacity measure on the model that you're using. Yeah, there's different models, obviously. If you're using a strategic model, it's usually a Saturn model. More detailed junction models are called LINSIG and ARCAD micro-simulation models, which is what a lot of planning applications are failing on at the moment, appeals being refused. Micro-simulation models where you look at the detail, it's almost like watching the road itself on a computer screen. Those measurements are completely unacceptable. Now, local people will say the roads are congested, and as a planning inspector, you'll say, well, tell me something I don't know, because everywhere I go, people say the roads are congested. It's their experience of it, but, you go to Bristol, you go to London, there's congestion there. So it can sound a little hollow when local people complain about it. But it is their experience. There was appalling congestion this morning in that area, in the AM peak, but aside from individual experience, and there can be daily variations of 5 and 10%, those figures are completely unacceptable for the idea of releasing more land for employment and travelling show people's site. This is not a small site. This is a substantial site. As I understand it, the council, and we'll come on to this later, selected it for a travelling show people's site and sort of effectively had too much space, so it then became an employment site. And there are some employment uses in the area. You can see that on the opposite side of the road. However, the absolutely fundamental thing here is that your question was absolutely pertinent. What is the solution to those unacceptable levels? Because all of my clients, the development industry, have to find mitigation measures, whether it's physical changes, whether it's changes to traffic light sequences such as mover. You could not promote something with anything like those figures in it. It's already congested, it's already at capacity, and the answer to your question, which was very clear, we all know what active transport means, and more bikes and buses and encouraging people, but people still use their cars, particularly when it's wet, and most of the time through the winter. You can't encourage people out onto their bikes, and there's no solution. There's no suggested highway solution to what is already a major overcapacity problem. Now, just a final point on this, because I have to respect the integrity of the process. There's plenty of people who want to speak, and we've got a lot to get through. So I'll just be brief about this. When you've got a proposal, an employment site like this, councils doing employment sites sounds like pie in the sky. Millions and millions of pounds are required to bring forward a site like this, at least £10 million for access and topography, because there's major topography issues we're going to come on to later, But just to put an access road in suitable for an industrial premises and then run a road through that industrial site, tens of millions of pounds. Okay, the council are saying, "Oh, we'll do it. We've got the funding." Although, in answer to your pertinent questions, again, nothing specific at all. But more than that, you need to know what the uses are. So it's being suggested it's light industrial because it's right hard up against residential. But even within that light industrial, there'll be a huge variation. More and more of what we're seeing in the employment sector is distribution, whether that's huge distribution sites that you see by East Midlands Airport or various other places. I mean, genuinely, the kind of things you can see from space. Or much smaller units where you have just-in-time delivery, which are still light industrial and could go on this site, but still have huge numbers of movements because of parcel deliveries. So you need to know what it is that you're promoting to know what the traffic impact is, because if you're just storing something there, you might only have, 50 vehicle movements a day. If you're a parcel distribution business in Sheffield trying to deliver quickly, or car parts or something like that, you can have, hundreds and hundreds of movements a day. So the council don't even know what it is that they're promoting. And, a council doing this normally, if they want to retain some of the value, would do it as a joint venture. They'd go to a local developer like Hallam Land, they'd speak to them about, what they plan to do, and from that, and only from that, would you then be able to look at the traffic implications. And my final point is, I'm not saying this as it needs to be an application. They need to submit an application, although I have to say nearly all my clients will submit an application to demonstrate that they can meet the traffic requirements, and they need to quantify what it is, because often the local highway authority won't engage with you on a site unless you actually submit the planning application and can demonstrate what the traffic movements will be. The council, it's their own site, so they don't feel they have to do that, even though they should. But this isn't about, an application and the final measurements of the flare length on the nearest roundabout that needs to change. What we're talking about here is just knowing what this proposal is, to know whether it will be capable of being delivered during the plan period, so developable. Is it developable for the proposed use? The traffic figures just scream no, with no mitigation and no solution proposed.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Ms Reid, you wish to respond, and then I'll take comments from others around the table.
Yes, of course, I'm not going to give evidence in respect of matters, because it's not my role to do that, but there are just a couple of points in respect of general approach and the points that Mr Young has just made. So the first point is that we've already discussed at earlier hearing sessions the modelling approach that's been undertaken by the Council in consultation with statutory consultees and partners. And the first point is that, of course, the views of statutory consultees are to be given significant importance and weight, and there should only be really a departure from those where there's clear and convincing evidence to the contrary. So we just note that that's the case of Thetford Pigeons. It's a well-known proposition. So first point is that the approach that the Council has undertaken is one that's been developed in consultation with the statutory consultees. The second point is that in terms of approach, the approach has been driven by the requirements of the framework. And of course, in terms of the framework that applies to consideration of this local plan, it's paragraph 110 and 111. And that sets out in respect of allocations in assessing sites that may be allocated for development in plans. And then it's D, any significant impacts from the development on the transport network in terms of capacity and congestion are those that are to be considered. And then 111 sets out the well-known point that about development should only be prevented or refused if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residual cumulative impacts on the road network would be severe. But the key point there is that what one is assessing here is whether there are significant impacts from the development. and it is not the role of the planning process to fix existing issues on the transport network. Nevertheless, those have clearly been considered in the modelling that's been undertaken. In respect of the assessment of whether or not there has been a significant impact on the transport network, when one looks through the modelling report, it can be seen that that is exactly the approach that has been undertaken. Again, in consultation with the statutory consultees, in understanding sort of at what threshold there would be a significant impact from the development proposed. And at 3.1.3 on page 12 of the modelling report, and just really to come back, I think, and summarise in terms of a point that was being made by you, Ma'am, in terms of other interventions in respect of the transport network and public transport interventions and so on that have been described by the Council, that the assessment within the report is considered to represent a worst case scenario in terms of traffic demand, because future forecasts do not include the representation of transport interventions over and above committed and funded interventions. So they aren't taking into account those additional interventions that have been described that might encourage modal shift and so on. So those are just the points in terms of approach that I'd like to make.
Thank you. No, that's going to be my next question about whether those interventions had been modelled. So thank you for confirming that. Mr. Johnson.
Just a brief point of clarification back to the delivery point. Mr. Vincent said earlier that the council could deliver these units, the business units themselves, and rent them out. It's just a clarification that that is one option. It doesn't rule out other options such as the private sector coming forward and delivering those units as well. So it's just a point of clarity around deliverability there.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to just take some comments from local residents first as well, and then obviously we'll come back to you and give you another opportunity to speak.
Yeah, and it's entirely it's to respond specifically to those points.
If it's short, then please proceed.
Okay, sorry. So just in terms of my friend's comments, talking about the modelling and you should place great weight on statutory consultees. I mean, that case law actually that is being referred to started and originated through issues surrounding, so, statutory consultee says it's fine, so it's fine, and you've got to have a lot of evidence to knock that out the way. No. That relates and originated from issues surrounding natural England and really complicated matters relating to things like ground nesting birds and the mitigation and whether it would be effective, because you'd have to go really as a local authority to natural England to get an answer on that type of issue. As far as the highway authorities are concerned, the case law is actually that local authorities can take into account what the highway authority is saying, but in no way is that binding to them. Now here, we've got an authority which is effectively a local authority, which is both the planning authority and the highway authority. So they're just talking to each other. And I don't want to, in any way diminish the professionalism of it, but they're trying to get a plan through and they're saying it's acceptable. Those numbers are not remotely acceptable. They should not be at over 100. You should be running generally on modelling at about 90 or 95%. Some would say 85% because of daily variations. So it isn't right that because the highway authority in Sheffield say the highway things are all right, it's acceptable for the local plan, that's acceptable, and we shouldn't really be looking beyond that. Significant weight, there should be significant impacts of the development. Development is either acceptable or it's unacceptable, and when it's already unacceptable, the traffic impact, and you want to load more onto the system and you haven't got mitigation, that's unacceptable. It's just unacceptable, full stop. Local people, often have concerns. They don't want development near them. We all understand that. that development has to go. But the main problem that most people actually have is the infrastructure. Is the infrastructure coming that would justify it, or is it going to make our lives worse? Is it going to make it difficult? Is it making it... Once you go over 100, you get what's called... I'll just be another 30 seconds. Once you go over 100, you get what's called flow breakdown. So the whole thing just stops. Modelling is ineffective at over 100%. You cannot comfortably and accurately predict what the results are. So the computer says 114%, but in reality you've got flow breakdown, so you can't possibly know how bad the impact will be. A reference was made to a worst case, and then you've got to look at transport interventions. You need to know what the mitigation is, first of all, and secondly, worst case is what we have to look at. We don't look at anything else. We don't look at, oh, well, you know, it might be a sunny day and 20% of people are going to go on their bikes. That isn't the reality. We always have to look at the worst case, but you don't need me to tell you. Finally, Mr. Johnson's point, you know, well, Mr. Young saying, you know, where's the developer, where's the scheme? It doesn't matter whether, or it's just one of the options. We shouldn't be at, it's one of the options. We should be, for a major employment site and the travelling site, we should know what the scheme is. They should be able to tell you what the scheme is, not to come to an event like this, where you're being asked to find the plan sound, and say, well, there's a range of options. I mean, you know, why don't we just allocate anything and just say, well, there's a range of options, anything could happen, we might use Hallam Land, we might not, we might do it ourselves. The council, it seems to me, are nowhere close to knowing what they actually plan to do with this site.
Thank you very much. Right, I'll turn now to Mrs. Hinson and then Mr. Horner.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions and just a clarity on a couple of points that were made. One of them, obviously, we talked about the studies, talked about morning and evening. Does that also include weekend peaks? That was one thing I wanted to ask, because obviously, particularly where we are, the entrance to where this is being proposed is directly, the roundabout goes onto a retail park. So obviously weekends in particular are extremely busy. We do already have a tram. So obviously with the proposals about other streams of sort of transport, we already have the tram, do you know? So I'm not quite sure what else we would do in the tram to make that better, because it doesn't encourage or discourage people at the moment to sort of drive there in vehicles. The thing around the actual roundabout itself as well, we're obviously we're not talking about small vehicles here, we're talking about big articulated lorries. You know, the turning itself, you know, like of a lorry of that size, that is obviously going to have an impact in terms of the traffic congestion itself. So I just wanted to just get a couple of clarity on those additional points as well. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could ask the council just to clarify what modelling was undertaken regarding the weekend peaks, particularly. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I can confirm that the modelling has been undertaken on weekday, morning and evening peaks, not the weekends.
Okay, was there a reason that you didn't look at the weekend peaks in that particular location?
Yeah, thank you. Our understanding is that the model covers the morning and afternoon peaks during weekdays, not the weekends.
So that's the model for the whole of Sheffield. So in terms of this site then, given that it's close to a retail park, do you feel confident then that your modelling for the weekdays is going to be reflective of the traffic levels and congestion levels at the weekends?
I think the kind of point around that is that I think the kind of type of use we'd expect the kind of the worst impacts to fall through the weekday AM and PM peak periods. We understand that there are congestion issues at other times of the week, but we think we believe we're confident in the worst impacts of the proposed development being in the morning and afternoon and weekday periods.
Thank you very much. Mr Horner, you're next.
Thank you. Just crave your indulgence for a minute to say that I have a sense of déjà vu in this, because I returned to Yorkshire at the beginning of last year to live in Bayton. Why I say déjà vu is because in 2010 I sat in a public inquiry about the dualling of the A11. And without going into too much detail, but why it's relevant, I think, is because this dual carriageway was going to end up in a roundabout. And to save money, the Highways Agency decided to remove various exits to take traffic away from the roundabout. And I listened to the same arguments I'm hearing here. Oh, it would only add a few cars an hour. It would make no significant difference. I can tell you that that roundabout has been a significant accident spot. That roundabout has had to have major investment in traffic lights to cope. So, you know, when I hear this, that's why I make that point. When people say, oh, it's only a few cars, as the gentleman very carefully said earlier, you know, it doesn't take much to do it. But the serious point is, let's look at the A57. I alluded to it in my written representation to you. The problem of the A57 is it's a road that is sometimes dual carriageway, sometimes single carriageway. And those are very difficult roads because they create lots of bottlenecks as people come belting along a dual carriageway and then suddenly have to go into one lane, etc. All of the roundabouts, the roundabout which is nearest to me because I live in the village of Bayton, has very bad sight lines because the great flyover coming past the site comes to that roundabout, and it's very difficult to see cars coming because they're coming at speed and then braking for the roundabout. And I believe that creates its own difficulties. And I said in my submission to you, if we were serious that this is a site for distribution, then would we not be saying that the entire A57 all the way to the M1 should be dual carriageway? I think we would. But the reality is, it would make no economic sense, would it? And therefore this site makes no economic sense. Why would distribution companies want to come here anyway? There is a perfectly good site at Catcliffe, which has large amounts of space, which is only just over the border. The council's not done anything about cross-border issues as far as I can see, which has a dual carriageway access to the M1. So I question the need for this site in the first place, and as has been alluded to, who's going to pay for this access road? And then, which often happens with development sites, it may take many years for units to appear, etc. There really has been no thought about this. Every answer that we've had is, this might happen, that might happen. It's also true that since I made my submission to you, Crystal Peaks, which is the company that owns the Drake House site and Crystal Peaks itself, is proposing to reopen a cinema. That will generate significant traffic. That's not been factored in at all. That will certainly generate traffic, particularly on a weekend as well as in daytime. There has recently been a Burger King opened on Seven Airs Road, which is not far from the site. There's about to be another nursery opened. Onto single carriageway roads. We have been unable. I spoke to Transport and Resource Committee about the fact that residents are after double yellow lines on Seven Airs Road. It's not considered a priority by the council at the minute. They rate it 5, I believe, in terms of difficulty, and won't proceed with it. There are major problems in that area. There is a hospital which has no staff parking. These roads are very congested. It would at the very least require some form of dualling, even to get access to the A57. And the A57 is a seriously congested road. And as has already been admitted, there was a bid for restoring your railways, which has fallen. I know there is a proposal to have a tram train, but these are far in the future. The one thing I would say about rail schemes, I'm very much in favour of railways. Indeed, I have a model railway in my third bedroom. So I declare my preference for railways. But the fact of the matter is that rail schemes take a hell of a long time to deliver. They really do. Network Rail makes any public body look quick. And so, you know, what we've been offered here is, well, it might be this, it might be that. There's a variety of options, etc., etc. And none of this is clear. There is no clear plan for this site. There is just, we've decided to do this. We think it's a good idea. We've spoken to we've spoken to Highways about it. We're not going to make any effort to do anything about the serious problems which already exist. Yes, I want, and I'm sure other people on this, I want there to be a park and ride on the site of the Bayton station, but it's not going to happen quickly. But as to whether that would mitigate the traffic, it would not mitigate the traffic to this site. It would help to mitigate the awful traffic problem of the A57, which is one of the major routes into Sheffield that has no decent park and ride provision at all, and should have. And at the moment, there are no plans so to do. They may be thinking about it, but we're all thinking about all sorts of things, but we might never do them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I bring in Mr. Betts, I've just got a quick question for the council. There was reference to a recent Burger King being built. Can I just check, in terms of the timing of the transport assessment work, did that factor in the Burger King? I'm assuming, obviously, it didn't factor in the cinema opening, which I assume is in the future.
Thank you. The assessment we've undertaken only included the impacts of committed development, and I don't think that the Burger King development had planning permission when the assessment was undertaken. Planning colleagues might, if that's incorrect, then okay. Thanks.
We can check that and come back if you like.
I've noted that you're going to check that information. Mr. Betts.
Thank you, Ms. Giles. It's one where there are so many unknowns in this proposal. I'm really quite surprised at the lack of evidence and information the council have got to propose a scheme as major as this next to my constituents' homes. First of all, in terms of what Ms. Reed said about it's not the role of a local plan to deal with the issues raised by previous development, I think that's what was said, that lots of the problems around now are caused by previous developments taking place. So every time we've had a new development, and there have been a lot over the years in this area, beginning with the Crystal Beach Shopping Centre, the retail park, and the developments around Eckington Way, including the recent Burger King, but others, and the Asda supermarket. On every occasion we've been told, well, that development of itself is not going to generate sufficient increase in traffic. It's not going to be significantly increased to justify anything being done about the transport network. So it's gradually accumulated over time. The second thing we've always been told when developments happened is, oh, it doesn't matter, we'll address these issues as part of the local plan. This goes back to a previous chief planner in the city, Rob Murphy, probably about 5 years ago, actually wrote to me and said, these issues, these development issues, these transport issues will all be looked at as part of the local plan and solutions will be found. Well, there aren't any solutions. There's just about, in the end, a grudging acknowledgement there are problems that need solutions found to them, but there haven't been any. So it's all right saying that, well, this of itself is only a small element on a situation where the road network is already supremely congested. And this is a pinch point on a wider network. This roundabout there and Eckington Way is a pinch point, and you're going to overload the pinch point. The second thing, just in terms of what Mr. Finnegan-Smith said about Saturdays, I'm sorry, I don't know how you can come here and say there hasn't been any modelling done of Saturdays. We believe it's going to be all right. I think the word believe was actually used on this occasion. So it's no good relying on belief that it might be all right on the night or Saturday lunchtime, as his case is here. At the consultations we had, and I'll use the word lightly because they weren't really consultations with a view to listening to what people said and responding to them. They were a formal process to be gone through because the council had reached its decision and didn't really want to change it. But the reality was that the issue of Saturdays and the problems were raised on numerous occasions by residents. The council officers knew that this was a problem. They knew it was a problem, but they were just not going to respond to the concerns that were being raised. So it's a real issue. I go out there to Crystal Peaks on a Saturday. The other day I went and I did a detour around. You probably don't necessarily know the suburbs, but in order to get to the council's dump it site on Bayton Road at Woodhouse, I went round through Hacknthorpe and right round through Coisley Hill to get there, to avoid the fact that the road on Eckington Way was gridlocked, as it often is on a Saturday lunchtime. That's the problem, and it's going to add to it. Residents will tell you it can take half an hour for them to get off their homes on Springwell just onto the main road at Saturday lunchtimes. This is not acceptable, and we're now told that the council say we believe it's all going to be all right. I'm sorry, I think we need a little bit more than that to reassure constituents that this proposal has been thoroughly thought through. So we've got a proposal where we don't know who's going to build the industry units, we don't know what they're going to be for, we don't know which part of the site they're going to be on now in terms of doing any modelling, we're not sure whether the showman's pitches are going to be, how many they're going to be, where they're going to be located. Sorry, this really is a scheme which at the most is half-baked because there's so little evidence and information that it's been thoroughly thought through.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Crosland.
Thank you. For the first time possibly in my political career, I'm going to say I agree with Clive Betts. And I think that really highlights the odd situation that we're in, that both Councillor Horner and I are sat on the same side of the room as Mr. Betts. I think 100% agree with the believe bit. I believe I'm going to win the lottery this weekend. I don't think it's actually going to happen. And on the modelling situation, you said that the modelling didn't take into account the Burger King. I believe that the planning application for that went in over 2 years ago, maybe. So was the modelling conducted during COVID is a question that I want to know about the capacity of a road. Had the capacity fully increased if it was after COVID? Because I know it took quite a while for things to bounce back after COVID as well. And finally, we do have a legal and a moral obligation to provide sites for our travelling communities. Earlier, the council said that the funding for the access road and the road layout improvements would be subject to going through the decision processes of the council. So that's not guaranteed. It still relies on votes within the town hall. What's the backup plan? If those votes fail, this site isn't then usable. Are we then breaking the law because we don't have a backup plan?
Thank you very much. Could I just turn to the council just to confirm the timing of the modelling work, please, in terms of whether it's done before or after COVID?
Yes, thank you. The modelling was undertaken in 2022 through to 2023. So it wasn't undertaken during COVID. It uses pre-COVID traffic flows. And the point around the committed development, we will clarify that if the application was approved prior to kind of the modelling we undertook, it will have been included. If the permission was following that, then we'll confirm a position on that.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I have one further question just in terms of travel.
Sorry, Ma'am,
Sorry, Miss Reid.
Just to ask, we've been on information about the consent and Burger King. We've got
the consent for Burger King was granted in 2019, so it predates the modelling.
Thank you for the confirmation. So moving on then to C. So I just have a quick question about the active travel opportunities as identified in document exam 3H. There's obviously a number of specific ones relating to this site, saying that mitigation is required in terms of a footway and a cycleway on Eckington Way, crossing facilities, other cycle links, etc. So these measures aren't specifically mentioned themselves in the IDP, in the Infrastructure Delivery Plan. So how will the Council ensure that these very specific measures are actually secured in relation to this site?
Thank you. So, as you referenced, the public transport and active travel impacts and potential mitigation have been identified through Exam 3H. The mitigations in the South East Sub-Area shown in Appendix C of the report, those include bus service improvements and active travel infrastructure improvements. Those are indicative, but they are kind of the kind of professional view as to what would be a positive contribution towards public transport and active travel in relation to this site. Those will be considered in more detail as allocations come forward through the planning applications process. There are a reference to wider interventions as well in terms of mobility hubs in strategic locations. That's covered in paragraph 6.1.6 and in figure 17, including in the South East Sub-Area. Those are one of a range of mobility options to effectively integrate transport connectivity that we're currently exploring and propose to develop further. Exam 3H identifies potential public transport and active travel improvements. Those are suggested mitigations. They are based on the assessment we've undertaken of the existing network, and specific measures would need to be considered in more detail and agreed. So those would be taken through further discussions with South Yorkshire Mayoral Combined Authority colleagues and bus operators as well, to ensure the viability of an alignment with public transport services at that time, and also to any active travel schemes that have or could come forward in future years. I made reference earlier to the city's walking, wheeling and cycling investment plan. The proposed programme for that is for the first document to be adopted next spring by the Council. That will be a citywide delivery plan for our further programmes, and that will inform the funding that the city region receives, the South Yorkshire Mayoral Combined Authority, receives from the Department for Transport, particularly in terms of single settlements and funds such as the City Region Sustainable Transport Settlement. For this site in specifically, SES 03 in Exam 3H Appendix C, page 28, highlights the measures that are currently proposed. Those include the expansion of the operating window for Service 7, the bus Service 7, crossing facilities on Eckington Way, footways and crossings connecting to Crystal Peaks, pedestrian cycle access to Springwell Housing Estate, including the investigation of upgrades to local public rights of way. And in terms of the deliverability of those, clearly there will be measures that are directly related to the site that we will look to secure. There are wider measures that have been referenced in our policies that we'll be looking to deliver through wider regional and other local funding.
Thank you. Now, it's probably a more of a question for your possibly your planning colleagues in terms of this is a wider question than just this site. It's just probably just a small point, but it's the fact that in the infrastructure delivery plan, you haven't got specific reference to Exam 3H and these very specific measures. So there's obviously a lot of detail in there about very specific junction improvements and other type of schemes, but there isn't a specific cross-reference anywhere to this document. You wouldn't know sort of it exists if you're reading the infrastructure delivery plan. So it's a general question about whether there's a need to somehow cross, because the options are either you put the detail within the site's policy saying these are the specific mitigation measures we need, or within, for example, policy IN1, I think the infrastructure policy, whether there's some reference there or whether in the infrastructure delivery plan some cross-reference. So it's just a generic question about all of these types of sites where there are active travel measures identified.
There'll be no issues with adding them in one of those places. If we could take that away as an action, we'll think about the best way to include that.
Thank you very much. I've noted that down then as a potential action if, obviously, it's not just relating to this site, but others as well. Okay, let's move on then to part D. So this is any other comments on the suitability, deliverability of this particular site. I appreciate there are lots of other concerns. I have read your representations, so what I would say is if you're just able to highlight perhaps some of your really key concerns, and if there's anything you didn't put in your representations that you now want to add, obviously now's the chance. Mr. Horner, you're first.
Thank you. First of all, I want to come back on the point about public transport, because actually, since this proposal was made, bus services in this part of the city have been reduced. Now, there's a new government. We might all hope, wish, pray, whatever, that that's going to change. But we're back into the same circle again, aren't we? We all hope that's going to be better. We hope the funding settlement will improve, but we have lost bus services to Bayton, in particular, to Crystal Peaks. So that will make the traffic situation worse in the short term, because people now, it's not possible for people, as they did in the past, to get from Chesterfield to Crystal Peaks by bus. So that will get worse. In terms of some of the wider points I made, touch on a point, first of all, that my colleague made earlier, and I don't say this in jest. I fought an election last May, right in the middle of this. I mean, I thought I'd landed in a firefight when I arrived in Bayton, because this issue was absolutely live and kicking. Both myself and my principal opponent, Mr. Bett's assistant, stood on a platform opposing this development. We got 3,000 votes between us. The only party which on the council appears to have a policy to be in favour of Eckington Way, I think, got 200. There is significant public opposition to this, and it is a cross-party. And you know, we don't say lightly, we fought an election, and elections are fought about people blaming each other about whose idea it was in the first place. But the reality is, none of us were in favour of that idea. And in a place where elections are tightly fought, I can say, the fact that both of us can come together to say, no, this is not right, is significant, because it is across the public in this area. There's absolute outrage. And principally, yes, because of the issues around traffic, because traffic is horrendous at all times of the day. And by the way, if you install pedestrian crossings on a single carriageway road which is heavily congested, it's not going to get less congested. It might make it easier for people to cross the road, but it's going to slow traffic down even further. These roads are absolutely stuffed. And as I said earlier, Seven Ayres Road, the council is not agreeing at the moment to put double yellow lines on it because we believe that there is a accident problem on Seven Ayres Road because of the parking, and now there's the Burger King as well, and there's about to be a nursery, thank you, site as well. And so we're not convinced, when the councils do this and do that. I can also say I am a member of the council's Transport and Regeneration Committee. Every scheme that we are doing at the moment is coming in at a very inflated cost. These things are not cheap now. And so to say, well, we'll get funding, well, at the rate of inflation at the moment in traffic schemes, I'm not convinced. Where's the money going to come from? And that's back again to the whole thrust of what all of us have been saying. But all of this it's all about, I wish this, we think this might happen, we're looking at that. You've already had an answer in one case, we'll go back and look at it to one of your questions. Well, why haven't we looked at it already? Why haven't we got these answers? This is an ill thought out scheme. It's also true that this local plan is years late, I believe. There was an attempt made at full council by my own party to put forward an amendment to remove Eckington Way. We were refused the right to have a vote on that because it was said, well, that'll delay the plan because we'll have to go back out and consult again, etc. It's very unusual for the council not to have a vote on any subject which is not subject to amendment. It's also true that the Leader of Council stood up at the beginning of that debate and said he was going to write a letter to you to ask you to look at this site again, given the concerns. Well, why? So you've heard all the concerns. There was a public consultation, which, as I think Clive Betts said, has not been listened to. The biggest public meeting I think we've had in the South East was standing room only, and it was clear there was nobody in favour of it. And in particular, in relation to the Showman site, the council was offered another site. There is a space on a nearby industrial estate, close to a road junction, which would be suitable for that purpose, for the Showman's Guild. That's never been taken up by the council. It's not been looked at. Right, the council doesn't own that site, but you know, why consult with people? What does consultation mean? It seems to mean to the people of the south of the Bayton, Mosborough areas to mean nothing whatsoever. There was a consultation. It was clear. This has had more objections than any other part of the plan, and yet we were not allowed to amend the plan, to have a separate vote on this item. Some people were thrown out of their party for voting against it. No councillors of any party, to my knowledge, in the area voted for the local plan, which was difficult for some of them because they, you know, I mean, most of us supported most of the local plan, and you take a risk when you vote against such things. But it's testament to the fact that people across politics said no, because they felt that was the right thing to do. They were not convinced by this scheme, and are still not, as you've heard from Mr. Betts, from myself, from local residents, Councillor Crossan as well, that none of us are convinced by this. We've not heard anything today that has convinced us, because we've heard nothing but, well, it might be this or it might be that, or we're looking at that, or we're thinking about that, or we could look at this, or we don't think this is a problem, etc. So that is the thrust of what I wanted to say. I go back to saying again, this is a really congested road, and the fact that it is a road which is quite a long way from the M1, but it's a major road that runs all the way onto Lincoln, etc., etc., and it's a road that goes dual carriageway, single carriageway. In one case in Anson, it goes through a village. It's never had proper investment. Those are difficult roads because people, when they get stuck in traffic, when they suddenly come to a dual carriageway, put their foot down, and then suddenly they're confronted by a single carriageway, and that makes those roads very dangerous. And adding traffic to an overloaded road with no clear plan, no clear at this moment deliverable plan, for public transport mitigation on a serious level, or indeed a plan that's even remotely funded. It's all, well, this might happen, yeah, we haven't got the funding for this yet, but this is what we plan to do. I submit is nothing at all. It's a back of a fag packet proposal which has not been thought out, and I do urge you to reject it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't see which of you was first. Mr. Betts, were you first? Mr. Betts.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Child. The problem we've got here is that the consultation wasn't meaningful. As I understand it, and I'm sure you are very well aware of the MBPF paragraph 16.3, which says as part of the local plan it should be shaped by early, proportionate and effective engagement between plan makers and the communities. Part of that is not simply to enable the communities to have their say. It's not a referendum, the process. It's also that the plan makers can have their proposals tested, prodded, poked at, and gaps and concerns about them exposed. So that hopefully in a meaningful dialogue between the plan makers and the communities, the plan makers will go back and think, okay, we may not have got that quite right. That needs modification, that needs adjusting. We can't answer those questions at this stage. We need to go away and think about it. There's none of that happened. The reason being that the local plan was late, as has just been referred to, that because of that, the council were on a very tight timetable, and council were effectively told, you've got a draft local plan. Once that's been through the council, whatever the communications are, whatever the consultation is, whatever the views of people are, you can't change it, because to change it would actually be a matter of significant alteration to the plan, and the whole consultation process would have to go back to square one, and the whole process would be delayed.
So you got the council putting forward something where they weren't prepared to listen to possible concerns, to reasons from the community why the proposals may not be absolutely right. And I think that's part of the reason we've got today, why we've got a plan where Saturday congestion wasn't looked at, where the site has changed as it's gone along, where we're not sure what sort of units are going to be on the site. They were added in as an afterthought because the site was too big for travellers. And I want to just ask one question in just going through this briefly, planners. How far have consultations with the Showman's Guild really got? Are the Showman's Guild committed to this site, as opposed to having discussions about the possibilities of it? Because whilst the Yorkshire Showman's Guilds have been mentioned, they're based in Bradford. I've tried to speak to their chairman on a number of occasions. He doesn't want to engage, so I suspect he's not quite as enthusiastic as the council are indicating. I did speak to William Percival, who's the chair of the Nottingham Derbyshire Showman's Guild, and they're literally next door. William Percival, as a showman, has actually got a site in Sheffield. He said, we wouldn't be interested in it. The site isn't suitable. We wouldn't put our big wagons on that site. No way, absolutely no way would we be interested in that. So if the people closest to it in terms of the Showman's terms geographically are not interested, now, is someone away in Bradford really committed to this site? Have they really got agreement? Have they got something signed up and committed for all the problems and concerns that are being generated? We asked repeatedly, are there alternatives that you've looked at? And I think Chris Young will come and explore those. We were told at the meeting there aren't any alternatives. I'm sorry, I've heard that phrase very often in politics. It normally means not that there aren't alternatives, but people aren't prepared to look at them. And I think that's where we've got to here. I actually suggested there is a traveller's site, I don't know whether you're aware of it, on the Holbrook Industrial Estate, which is probably just a mile or so away from this site, an existing traveller's site. There is land at the side of it that could be developed for travelling show people or other travellers. I asked the council about this. The answer I got, well, we can't develop it, there are newts on the site. That was the only reason why it couldn't be developed. I'm sorry, you can get a licence to move newts, and disturbing a few newts, I think, is a lot better than disturbing thousands of constituents with a development which is as inadequately thought through as this one. But I come back to the just a question of fundamental. Have the travelling show people who have been talked to by the council, and initially they wouldn't tell us who they talked to, they said it was GDPR and couldn't be discussed with us, have they actually committed and signed up to this site? Is the money available for them to do it? I don't know, but it'd be very helpful to have an answer. Or are we going through this again on the basis as the council believes it might happen at some stage?
Thank you. I think the council did confirm that they were in discussions with the Guild, but perhaps you just want to add a little bit to that. But in terms of looking at other site options, we had a discussion already, Mr. Betts, under stage 1 hearings, where we're talking about different strategic options for traveller sites. So I don't want to reopen that debate, but if you can just answer the very specific question.
Of course, the council's been in contact with the Yorkshire branch of the Guild for several years now, representing the travelling show people community in Sheffield. We have, and I have personally spoken with the Yorkshire branch of the Guild on a number of occasions, and we have got that written commitment to the site. As we talked about earlier, they are at the moment looking at different layout options which will help inform more detailed commercial conversations. They have got the means to purchase, but obviously that is reliant on a price that's agreeable to both parties, and those commercial conversations continue. And the relationship has involved various meetings, including me and a colleague visiting the site in Bradford to meet the chair, vice chair, and principal representative of the Guild to talk around all of these issues and to confirm that commitment.
Thank you very much. Mr. Young.
Thank you very much, Madam. So you asked us to pursue sort of specific points, and you will have seen in Mr. Betts' written submission to you, Section 5, the general suitability of the site. And if I may, I'd like to just focus on that. So I've some experience of travelling showman sites. I've advised lots of local authorities who look to find these sites, and there aren't anything like the number of planning appeals that there are for housing, because it's a very unusual use, but I was involved in one that lasted for about 2 weeks. That was a site at Hemmington, near to Derby, And there used to be a circular that specifically set out the criteria for choosing these sites, which would be equally applicable. And the criteria included 3 fundamental points. First of all, you want a flat site. Secondly, you want a site that is acceptable in landscape terms. And thirdly, you want to be very close to the trunk road network. Now, if I just deal with each of those in turn, first of all, the equipment that the showmen use, and through this inquiry I got to know, I was for the council, but I got to know Darren Jones and his group very well. It went to the High Court. There was then enforcement proceedings afterwards. Okay, nice bunch of people, very open, tell you, how they run their business. You just get to learn about what they need. We all know they need to live near to their equipment because of safety reasons. But you need a site as flat as a pancake because these are enormous pieces of equipment. Enormous. I mean, regardless of the traffic issue about how you get around a roundabout, they are enormous because they have to effectively just fold out largely and be capable of being assembled. And you can't spend a week if you're going to the Nottingham Goose Fair and then, the next weekend you're going somewhere else, to be the fair attraction if you've got to completely assemble it from base. So a lot of these fairground attractions are actually, very much assembled, but then folded in maybe 2 or 3 ways. So you need a flat site. Now, this is mentioned briefly in section 5 of Mr. Bett's response, and I hadn't seen the site until last night. I'm here on a pro bono basis. For those who don't read Latin, that means I'm just here for free. And the point is that I was genuinely amazed that this was a travelling showman site suggestion, proposal, let alone an allocation. It's got incredible significant topography. Previous evidence from the council suggested that the showman would go on the northern part of the site. That is the area that is the steepest. You would have to engage in enormous amounts of level change, which is incredibly expensive to move material. A gentleman spoke earlier about inflated costs. That everything in the building industry and the construction industry has largely doubled in the last few years. Everything is more expensive. I'm not giving evidence on that. It's just a fact. And so you're going to have to create platforms, and you might have to export material, which is even more expensive. And if you do cut and fill, you're going to be raising the height of a lot of the rest of the site and making that more elevated, which is relevant to landscape, which I'll come on to. I mean, it looks absurd as a travelling showman site if you understand what they want, which is large, flat spaces. And the one at Hemmington was as flat as a pancake. The second point is in terms of the landscape. If you go up there the final point is, despite the fact that the council said it would be in the northern part earlier, and that would, from a kind of orientation make sense because you wouldn't put the showmen who need to test their equipment from time to time right next to the residential dwellings, which are hard up against that boundary. Their back windows, their gardens, hard up against that boundary. So I think the idea the council originally had was, well, perhaps we'd create a buffer with the industrial buildings in between. Which raises other concerns about scale and mass so close to residential development. But nevertheless, you put the showman away from that because of the noise and activity. But as Mr. Betts has just said, it doesn't sound like it's very well thought out because now we're being told, well, actually, we're not quite sure, and we're not quite sure where they're going to go. Why? If they've been speaking to the Guild for 2 years, why don't the Guild have identified where they want to go? It doesn't sound remotely credible. The fact is, it's not a suitable site, and the only thing they can say at the EIP now is, we haven't made that decision. We're not quite sure where this travelling show site is actually going to be. Second thing, landscape. When you go up there, and you may have already done so, and you've seen the footpath, and then you come into the field with Wellingtons, you look and you can see for miles. I mean, it's extraordinary, the panorama that you have up there. What professionals would call the zone of theoretical visibility. You draw in effectively where you can see, you rule out because of certain topographical features. You can see a huge part of southern Yorkshire from that point, and into Derbyshire, and Nottinghamshire probably as well. It is such an extraordinarily prominent site. Now, why is that important, and why is landscape always important with regard to showman sites? The equipment that they have is designed to be as bright and garish and as attracting people as possible. Lights, whether they're on or not, bright colours. It's designed specifically to attract your attention when you're driving down the main road and you're thinking, oh, look, the fair's arrived in town. So, and the whole purpose of the exercise, the whole purpose of the experience is an exciting opportunity to go onto equipment and funfair rides. So landscape is absolutely critical. And here you have a site which must be one of the most prominent within the built-up area of Sheffield, and you're going to sit showman on the top. And the council were clear that it was going to be the northern part of the site. It makes no sense. We haven't seen any plans for any mitigation, but in any event, you couldn't easily mitigate, frankly, from that position. Look how high it is above the road in that northern corner. It's enormous. It just looks from a topographical, i.e. flat, and a landscape point like an incredibly bad idea on a bad day. Thirdly, the transport. The site I'm talking about, the council won the appeal, but in the end, they continued there and there was enforcement action. But the site was suitable in transport terms for sure, because it was about 50 metres from the A50, which people know goes from the M1 across to Stoke-on-Trent, and the M6, and the M1. And that's where these sites are, generally. There's another showman site as you go up the M1, and you notice it to the side of the M1, maybe, sort of half a mile away from a motorway junction, or certainly on the trunk road network. Not embedded within a highly congested urban area where you've got shopping centres, and genuinely staggering that they didn't model it at the weekend, given that it's an area where there's, most people will go to a supermarket or go retail shopping on a Friday evening or particularly a Saturday. So that in itself is extraordinary. But it's just completely the wrong place, just completely and utterly the wrong place. Now, as far as the alternatives go, just to be brief about it, there were 15 sites that scored a similar position and 8 that scored better, and you've seen that in the appendix. So we're not in a position here where Sheffield City Council have not found, or don't know of any alternatives. There's lots of alternatives, and several of them, many of them, I think it's 8, are better alternatives on their own scoring system. What they did is rule a lot of sites out because they didn't own it. Why is that relevant in terms of the suitability of the site when you should be looking at things like topography and landscape and access to the highway? The council cannot and should not have ruled sites out just because they didn't own them. First of all, look at where they've got to. They haven't got to even agreeing a price with the showman. So who's to say there aren't lots of those other owners who've got sites that they're prepared to sell, not at, residential land values because they're not suitable for residential, say, but at a reduced level. We don't even know what the showmen are prepared to pay for the site. They're business people. They may well be able to pay a significant amount of money for a site elsewhere. The council have done no work, as far as we can see, to identify whether, in fact, any of the other sites which they don't own are with landowners who would, once they knew what the sort of money is they would make from selling it to the showman or leasing it to the showman, would actually gain. So it's a completely illegitimate basis for excluding, particularly given we are told today there is no actual agreement over their acquisition of the site and no price agreed. The council at the very least, I would suggest, should have investigated all the alternatives, looked to see whether there were willing landowners once a price or in the region of was known, and they just don't have that evidence. And we're told that the Yorkshire Guild have been in the subject of discussions, and they have written to confirm they'd like to see the site. I haven't seen that written confirmation. But if you were asked about a suitable site, you'd need to know lots of factors. Have they taken those planning factors in relation to the landscape impact into account? That may not be a relevant consideration from them from a commercial point of view. But the alternatives, there are lots and lots of alternatives. And this looks like a really bizarre choice because of where it is, because of the topography, because of the road network, and because of the landscape impact. So thank you very much. I should just say, so I am aware of the submissions. I focused on that particular bit. I was instructed through Michael Wright, who's a solicitor, so I was aware of these submissions being made. But obviously, I hadn't seen the site until I went there yesterday about 4 o'clock.
Thank you very much. Ms Hinson.
Thank you. Just to expand on a couple of points. So when we had the MIQ information originally provided, again, I don't want to sort of go over the old roundabout site allocations because you have discussed that. But just when we did our original thing, I think as residents, we were absolutely astounded that in a 368 square kilometre Sheffield area, that this is the only site that would be proposed as being suitable for travelling show people. When we went through, obviously, some of the documentation, there was 52 that were excluded because they were too small. It did say that generally the sites for travelling show people must be larger than the usual 1 to 2 hectares. But I think earlier it was mentioned that the show people actually only need 1.5. So that would be one question that I would particularly want to ask about the 52 that were excluded. The other 27, as previously mentioned, were non-council owned buildings. So because there's not been any cost benefits analysis on any of this that's been proposed, again, going back to the question about, well, you know, does it make economic sense for them to actually go back and revisit those particular sections? As a resident, obviously, the back gardens, so we were talking about the topography, so where it is when you're looking down, I suppose, from the element of privacy. I did mention in previous submissions to the council just around a site that was in Rotherham, so it was in Ulley, which is right at the bottom, which you wouldn't even know that the site was there had you sort of like, if you didn't actually know that that's what it was. And was told that wasn't really relevant because it's not in the Sheffield area, it's under Rotherham Council. But for the question I was raising there is because of the privacy element of it, because I'm assuming that the travelling show people would want just as much privacy as we would as residents. And then the other aspect that I just wanted to raise was on section 13.9, where they were talking about the scale type and the mix of uses, and section 13.18, where we were talking about general employment zone conflicts. And it was saying there that the conditions attached to this particular site for employment meant that anything that was done was in a residential area without detriment to the amenity by reason of noise, vibration, smell, fumes, smoke, etc. It just astounds me that the council don't think that, you know, people will have this equipment that they need to maintain. It's going to be diesel generators, it's going to be noisy, obviously the lights of it, the fact that they are coming in articulated lorries. And just in terms of a previous Sheffield Council decision, light employment was agreed for an area called Abbey Glen, which also sits in the Sheffield constituency. And that was, it's a laundry firm, and they were heavily impacted because of the sort of the travel that was going in and out. I don't think the council expected the issues and the objections that they got from the residents around there as well. And because they can't tell us what's actually going on this site in terms of sort of like industrial development, I think the fear is of the residents there that we're going to have exactly the same situation and we'll be just asking for forgiveness after the event. I think that's just a point that I wanted to raise on behalf of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have one follow-up question for the council, then I think we'll take a comfort break. So my question is really just regarding the issue that Mrs Hinson just raised. about the issue of noise and disturbance to residents and the issue of privacy as well. I can see that the council has put forward a new condition that does refer to environmental buffer being proposed, and there's reference elsewhere to that buffer being a minimum of 10 metres. Is the council satisfied that that will provide the sufficient protection, really, in terms of protection of the existing residents against noise and disturbance from the activities on the site? I'm not sure who I'm asking. Mr. Johnson.
I think 7 metres is the starting point there in terms of what that buffer is, because of the constraints on the site as well. The actual development on the ground, a significant part of that development will be much further away from the residents because of the overhead power lines. The nature of the commercial use that is set closest to the residents will need to be considered through the planning application, how that unit is laid out to ensure that separation is delivered, and the quieter aspects or the more complementary aspects relative to the residential use are located closer to those residential boundaries. The commercial premises that we see operating on the site are premises that we fully expect will be complementary to a residential environment, so we don't see any issue with that. With respect to the particular travel and show people element of the site, while there are options being considered by the travel and show people at the moment, not least because of some of the sites have got challenges around topography, while some of them are much more able to facilitate the travel and show people facility. We see the travel and show people and those opportunities and options certainly towards the north of the site, which is further away from the residential properties, with those sort of more complementary commercial uses in between. So that's the answer to that question. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Stevens, did you want to add to that?
Thank you. It was just very briefly on a different point of clarification. If I could direct you to the Planning for Travellers topic paper, which is HS10. Within that, there's details of the site selection process, which obviously we don't wish to rehash at this stage, but just to note that sites under 1 hectare were ruled out on the basis of size, but we did identify that what we're looking for in this instance was a site between 1 and 2 hectares for the travelling show people. And furthermore, section 6.7 to 6.9 and the table that is below it, that does clarify that we didn't only look at council-owned sites as reasonable alternatives. Indeed, one of the other alternatives notably was a privately owned site, but obviously we were also conscious of being able to deliver sites, and where private sites haven't been put forward for that use, we wouldn't be able to be sure that they'd be available for that type of use. Thank you.
Thank you. Going back to the point about the buffer, I obviously recognise that the council is proposing a change to the policy wording to at least refer to a buffer. But my feeling is that if this site is going to remain within the plan, I would think that there should be a standalone condition on development that actually specifies the need to have a significant buffer or sufficient buffer to avoid these issues of noise and disturbance, overlooking, etc. Because I think if this site does remain, it's going to be a fundamental issue to get right in any planning application that comes forward. So can I just ask you to add that to the list of potential changes if this site does remain in the plan? Obviously, I've yet to make that decision, obviously.
It's just on the buffer. Could I just make one observation? So, microphone on. Yeah, I mean, distance doesn't help with noise. You've got to be a very substantial way away. 10 metres would be, obviously you're not right by the noise source with your ear, but the mitigation from a 10 metre distance is of no real consequence. And it's the same if you say, well, put trees in. Lots of people think, oh, well, you put trees in. Trees have no mitigating effect at all until you get to about 50 or 60 metres of solid trees close set. What you really need is a barrier. You need a barrier, and that cannot be a fence, or it can be a bund and a fence. But here you're talking about equipment, some of which is 20 metres tall in its unexpanded form. So you'd need an absolutely enormous barrier to try and deal with that. And what I thought was really interesting is that we knew it was going to be the northern part of the site. The council then said, oh, you know, it could be anywhere. We haven't made any decision. And then, having been pressed on the point, and then said, actually, it probably is the north. So we're right back to where we were, which is the north. Now, that's the most prominent location. We don't know what the industrial will be, so we don't know what effect it would be. If you've got one very large building, that would have a mitigating effect, but not a series of smaller ones. But crucially, you're talking about rising ground here from the residential properties. It's all, you know, largely rising ground. So the bund or the fence would have to be enormous to deal both with the scale of what we're talking about, but also the fact that it's rising ground.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Horner.
Yes. Just to come back on a couple of points. First of all, I've had the same conversation that Mr. Betts has had with the chap from the Nottinghamshire Derbyshire Guild, who said there's been no consultation with people like him. He does not consider this is a good site. They are already buying a site in Rotherham for very reasons that have been said about the access, for example, to major roads. But also to make the second point again, which is made previously about the nature of these vehicles. Yes, they're articulated vehicles, they're very tall, they're very slow moving. And I suggest this site is not suitable because how on earth do they expect people to get very large, slow moving vehicles out of this site and then onto very difficult roundabouts without any problem at all? And I suggest that is a fundamental problem that has not been given serious thought. These are large, slow moving vehicles, and they're being asked to get into a very difficult transport setup and then to get round big roundabouts, which will be very difficult.
Thank you. Right, I think that reaches the end of item 3D. So when we come back after the break, we'll resume with E and F, which are fairly short items, obviously, because we've got quite a long agenda to get through. So it's now 11:22, so if I can suggest we come back at 22. Thank you. Okay, we'll resume then. So we've reached criteria E and F as well. So these are just fairly short items, I think. Under E, the council's proposed a number of amendments just to the site area and the housing capacity figure within the policy itself. I just wanted to double check the reasons for these changes. Is it just simply errors?
Yes, thank you. It's to clarify that there is obviously there is a net developable area related to housing on the site and also housing capacity. It was an error before that we described the site as a site for travelling, show people and employment, but we hadn't specified the area and the capacity of that element.
Thank you. And then moving on to F, you've obviously proposed the insertion of a number of conditions. I think we've covered the buffer strip issue already. So there would be you're proposing a new condition relating to the overhead power lines and the towers, and to delete the condition on agricultural land survey. Does anyone around the table have any comments on either of these proposed changes were the site to remain within the plan? Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Ma'am. Can I just double check, because clearly in the appendix, page 127, around policy SA5, clearly it indicates the site area as 6.85 hectares. But then obviously now as we move forward, now the employment area is, from what I could pick up, is now looking like it will be 3.4 hectares. So that's a reduction of 3.45 hectares. Is that the change, or is the list in the back, is that the gross area? How is that being played through in terms of the employment land supply?
Did the council want to just very quickly confirm?
I think we'll have to just go and check the tables with the employment land supply, but to the best of my knowledge, we would have updated it because we've provided updated employment land information to you that post-dates this proposed change.
I can confirm that that change was made in those updated tables.
And Mr. Young.
Just about those site areas, just so I'm absolutely clear that everybody, including my clients, leave the room understanding clearly what we're talking about here. I think the reference to 3.4 hectares of employment land, have I got that right? That's where it now stands. I'm not cross-examining, but I'm just asking for clarification. Is it 3.4?
Yes, proposed amendment GD 25 sets out the changes. 3.4 net hectares for employment land, 1.5 for housing area.
Yeah, by the housing you mean for the travelling showman?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, okay. Right, and so I was just interested, you mentioned net, which is obviously important because any strategic landscaping then is excluded from a net calculation. So is that based on the 10 metre buffer, or is it based on a bigger buffer?
So the site area is obviously significantly larger than that. The net site area related to housing, the housing element for travelling show people, would incorporate their need for space. Any buffer would be outside of the net area, so it would be within the gross area, as you described.
Yeah,
I'm not sure quite what the question was there.
No, and it's my fault, I'm not being clear. As I understand it, there's four components. There's an employment area, which is 3.4 hectares. There's a housing area, which includes the showman, which is just what you've said, which is suggesting an area for housing, the size of which I'm not sure. And then there's a there's a buffer that's going to become a strategic buffer. And what I don't know is how those four components fit together, but you've just mentioned housing as in addition to the showman.
I didn't, I'm afraid.
Okay.
The housing area, the net area that is described as housing is the accommodation for the travelling show people. It is their site.
Okay, so you said an element for the travelling show people, housing with an element for travelling show people. That's travelling showman's site, which usually isn't differentiated, but an area for their equipment and an area for them to live.
Okay, so that you're clear, as we've described in the proposed amendment that reflects the net site areas, there's a 3.4 hectare area for employment. That's for the employment site delivered as an employment site, set aside from the travelling show people site. 1.5 hectares for the travelling show people site. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. It was the use of housing that threw me. And so I'm clear, just obviously, Madam, you know about Sporfus' representations about their site at Junction 35 and the Showman's site behind the employment site. As I understand it, that's a 4 acre site. It's just popped out of the room, 4 acre site. So they are proposing that, and the point that I'm just making is it's really important to get the areas just right. There's an alternative right by the road network on the back of an employment site. Nobody's suggesting that you can't have employment sites and showman sites. That's much more usual than having it next to residential, frankly. But as I understand it, the areas they're proposing there would be suitable and equal to accommodate all of the area. That's why I was keen to clarify what was meant by housing, all of the area of the showman site at that alternative emission site.
Thank you. Right, I don't have any further questions. Obviously, I've heard a lot of information this morning. So thank you very much for your contributions on this particular site. I'm going to call it to a close. I'm sorry to perhaps you feel that you'd like to say more, but I really apologise, we're up against the clock, I'm afraid. But thank you for coming along. I'll just pause if people would like to leave the table.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Did you want to move? Because obviously I can barely see you. It's a long way, it's a long distance. You're welcome to move. You can stay there if you wish, but it would probably help with the discussion. Okay, so let's resume then. Thank you very much for waiting patiently for your turn. We obviously reached agenda item 4, site SES 10, land to the east of Moore Valley Road. Sorry, yep.
Before we move on, we've just discussed the conditions that would apply if you were minded to allow the allocation to remain in the plan. Were they agreed as main modifications? To add to the list. Thank you.
Site SES 10, which is 151 homes on a council-owned piece of land east of Moore Valley Road. Does anyone have any comments on the suitability of the allocation they wish to raise? Mr. Bolton.
Yes, if I'm correct, this is one of the last remaining sites from the 1998 UDP. So it's been allocated for 26 years and has not come forward at the present time. It is council-owned. As background, we dealt with the adjacent site in Althorpe, which was also an allocated site. That was refused by the council, and we had to go to appeal to achieve a planning permission on that. One of the issues, and it's an issue with this site, is that it has been unmanaged, if you like, for over 10 years. So the biodiversity net gain would be challenging on this site, to say the least. In terms of whether or not it can come forward within the next 5 years, clearly you need an indication that there is a council decision to release the site, because clearly being allocated is not sufficient to guarantee that it's going to come forward in time. Also, you would need to know whether there's a developer engaged on application coming forward, and I don't really think that there's any indication of any of that. So in terms of whether it's a suitable site, it is a greenfield site. It was previously allocated. It's not come forward. The precise reasons for it's not coming forward, given the difficulty, I think, that the council have in finding residential sites, it could have come forward in theory any time in the last 26 years as an allocation, and it hasn't. So that would tend to indicate me that there's some serious issues, if you like, with the release of this site, be they practical or political. In terms of the capacity of the site, obviously there's there's a green corridor, if you like, that goes through the site, I understand. So whether the capacity of the site is correct in that respect, and given the need for the level of biodiversity net gain that will need to be achieved, if that's got to be achieved on site, and it might need to be to make the site viable, then I think there's some serious considerations, one on the timing of it and two on the capacity.
Thank you. If I could just ask the council then, I think I've got two questions arising from what Mr. Bolton's just said. Firstly, if you could just answer the question, are there any practical issues with delivery of this site? I think given perhaps the delay in it coming forward, that'd be useful for you to just confirm that. And then secondly, just to confirm whether there has been any committee or cabinet, whatever it is, approval for disposal.
Thank you. I'll begin quickly and then I'll pass over to Ms. Roden. Mr. Bolton's right. It's a site within local authority ownership, which is previously a UDP housing site allocation. I think we probably don't want to rehash history, but the reason it wasn't brought forward in the early 2000s is that following a moratorium on greenfield development in the very early 2000s, that was part of a package that was then set aside while the council focused on other land priorities. It is a large greenfield site and has more recently been re-identified by Property Services as a priority for delivery through call for sites work, and subsequently proposed to be retained as an allocation within this local plan. I'll pass to Mrs. Roden, who's got some more details around delivery.
Thank you. Just again to expand on Ms Stevens' point and Mr Bolton about how the situation has moved on since the site was allocated many years ago. Just to sort of explain that as part of the local plan, I think I've got feedback, yeah. I'll keep going, yeah, thank you. As part of the local plan consultation, each ward member was consulted on the sites in their area, and as part of the agreement by full council to submit the plan to government, there was agreement there to submit this site as an allocation. So that has moved on significantly, the member input on this site. In terms of process, in terms of confirmed committee or cabinet approval, so moving on from the agreement by full council to submit the site as a proposed allocation as part of the local plan, I've had confirmation from our property services colleagues who act as on behalf of landowner for the site. So they have confirmed to me some timescales which I'll take you through, but just in terms of the process. So there is now, the process has changed in terms of a site being disposed. So the council as landowner have confirmed that the site is on a disposal programme, and I'll take you through the timescales of where they're up to with that. However, what then happens in terms of practicalities of council processes is that the site, before it goes to market, as a formality, goes to the chair of the finance committee, and an email is sent to all local ward members to inform them of this. However, if there were any objections or questions back, then it would go back to members of the finance committee. However, just to reiterate, the establishment of the site by all ward members and full council as part of the site being put forward as in the local plan. So just to take you through a few timescales, which I've got updates in terms of why the site has been put forward in the 5-year supply. So the site's for 116 units, it's cleared and vacant, and confirm again it is available for development. It's planned to be disposed of onto the open market by the council. So preparation works for this site are ongoing. So site investigation works have taken place for a topographical survey. Still to take place is the ecology and phase 1, phase 2 surveys. What will also be developed in 2025 is something called an IPAN, Informal Planning Advice Note, which we've discussed previously. I'm happy to expand on that a bit more if needed. So we've had confirmation from Property Services in terms of their programme that the site will be marketed with the site investigations and IPAN in the 25-26 financial year. Property Services, however, do forecast a 12 to 18 month time period from marketing, sale, securing of permission and legals to start on site. However, taking on board what we discussed yesterday and the information on the Lichfield start to finish evidence, we have assumed a rather more cautious or realistic timeframe of 4 years. So from disposal of the site on the open market in 25-26 to completions beginning in 29-30.
Thank you very much. Mr. Digman Moore?
Well, I'm only one.
Oh, you're not both. Okay, you, Mr. Digman,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
Apologies. Mr. Digman, would you like to make your comments?
Thank you. Yes. So, having reviewed the site, I've got a number of queries that would be really helpful for you to help me understand. I think the site was allocated as 4.2 hectares and a 3.8, which then generated, I think, about 159 properties at 40 properties per hectare. But when I reviewed the site appraisal, it mentions to have a 15-metre buffer for the woodland, 10-metre buffer to the watercourse, 6-metre buffer on the green strips, and I kind of estimate that's without the gentleman to the right mentioning the green corridor, which does run through the heart of the site. That would give you about 2.5, 2.6 hectares. So that's quite a significant reduction in the actual number of properties that would be actually available on the site. The appraisal also highlights the lack of open green space, therefore the need to increase green space on that land itself as well. So that's my first kind of clarification that would be really helpful to understand from that. The second one was just in terms of following what I was reading in terms of guidance in terms of the plan. You'll be aware the overhead power lines are within 60 metres of the site, which I think was a kind of a guiding rule as part of the plan. There's that aspect, and then there was, I think in particular, the suitability assessment from having reviewed that and the guidance appeared to be incorrect. So that was around really the rural landscape character and also the ecology and nature recovery. I can maybe just pause there before going to, or would you like me to go through the kind of just a little more detail on that, Mum?
I've read your representations, or certainly Mr. Sutherland as well. I think
Yes.
there was quite a detailed submission made, wasn't there? So I've read that, so I don't need sort of a great deal of sort of explanation, but if you want to highlight any other sort of key concerns, that's fine.
Yeah, thank you. My challenge in particular would be I don't think it's been scored correctly, and I do appreciate the challenge of putting plans together myself in a different profession. But when you come and actually look at it in kind of greater detail, I would suggest it hasn't actually been scored correctly in the rural landscape character under texture, public and private view, and scope to mitigate development. And I think the other key point is this area has been funded by Natural England under the High Level Stewardship Agreement for the last 10 years to help improve the ecology and obviously biodiversity within the area. Obviously that agreement, I believe, has now ceased. However, it's a slight challenge in my mind if we've been investing in the area to improve the ecology to then go and actually remove that. And I think the comment regarding achieving biodiversity net gain on the site, which was part of the appraisal, would become extremely difficult due to actually in and what's around the site. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Digman. I think my main question to the Council concerns probably the first point Mr. Digman raised, just in terms of the site capacity. If you can just confirm that, taking account of all the buffers mentioned, that you think there is still room to accommodate 151 homes within the site.
Thank you. I take Mr. Digman's point that we have referenced a number of different buffers on the sites. Generally speaking, we use a net to gross site ratio that reflects the fact that there will be areas of space on the site, for example, incidental open space or buffers where they are required. Obviously, some of those buffers do overlap. They're not necessarily separate to each other. Off the top of my head, I can't answer exactly the square meterage of the buffers that he's noted, so I think we would be best to do a proper calculation just to confirm that. But my instinct is that our net to gross site ratio does allow for a buffer strip around the edge of the site.
I've now got the information to hand. So the gross site area on our database is 4.2 hectares, just confirming that's the same, yeah. And the net area is 3.8. So that would take account of those extra buffers, because ordinarily we would use the rule of thumb for calculating net developable area set out in Appendix 1 of our HELA, which would assume a 90% gross area for that site size. So that's obviously smaller. So to confirm, it has taken account of those considerations in the net developable area.
Thank you. Obviously, Mr. Digman raised a number of other points. I don't have any. I've obviously read your representations in detail, and I've seen the Council's response to elements of that. I don't have any specific questions because I can see that you've obviously got different viewpoints. If the Council wishes to respond to any of the other points that Mr. Digman raised, then please do so now.
Thank you. We've set out all our points in previous written material. Thank you.
Mr Bolton, did you want to come back in?
Just a couple of points. You've just been told that the gross of 4.2 and a net of 3.8 is greater than 90% coverage than is usually allowed for, and therefore you can take into account that the other requirements have been included. My calculation is that 90% of 4.2 hectares is actually 3.78 hectares. So the 3.8 hectares being used is, if you like, just the normal 90% being applied. Our experience of the neighbouring site is that the need to, if you like, keep away from the ancient woodland and the other constraints on those sites, that is insufficient. That's my first point. The second point is just to come back on the information you've given, that's been given about how the site might be delivered, in that it will require, if you like, potentially, well, it requires further consultation internally, and if there are objections, then that needs to be considered by the financing committee before being agreed to be released. The fact that you might have a time scale and a process to release sites, that is insufficient to pass the test of deliverable in terms of the category A site, and therefore should not be included in the first 5 years of the supply for that reason. And on top of that, our Regulation 19 submission on page 18 sets out, if you like, further comments on this site, including that the whole plan viability assessment has found that this area, including greenfield sites in this area, would not be viable with the levels of off-site or requirements being proposed in the plan. So on that basis, effectively you have a site that doesn't pass the test of being deliverable, and at present doesn't pass the test of being developable either.
Okay. Ms Stevens, did you wish to respond?
While my colleagues come back on that. I think just going back to the point, yeah, we acknowledge Mr Bolton's point about the maths. That's a 90% net to gross site area. I've just had another look at the conditions on development that confirms that the buffer required, it sets out the different buffers that are required for local wildlife sites depending on the characteristics of those, with the maximum buffer required being 50 metres for woodland. It doesn't apply all of the buffers on top of each other. It's a singular buffer.
Just to follow up on Mr Bolton's point about the site being within the 5 years, just to be clear, it's in year 5 for 35 units, and the majority of the delivery is in years 6 to 10 for this site.
Thank you. Mr Digman, obviously I appreciate that you have a number of concerns about this site. Was there anything else you wish to, any other points you wish to make?
Well, just to clarify, I don't think your buffers are correct. If you probably would lose about 0.2 of a hectare for the highway, which was included in the drawing submitted on Moor Valley Road itself. And if you include the buffers, I think you'll find it significantly smaller. So I would urge you to re-look at the size of it against the actual categorisation that's in the appraisal.
And were there any other points you wish to raise?
Not any further than what's in my submission, ma'am.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your time. I don't have any further questions about this particular site, and obviously I'll have to reflect on what I've read and what I've heard and reach a decision on that. So thank you for your input. Okay, let's move on then to item 5. So this is just a small point, really. So the council has clarified that community uses will be retained on this site. So this relates to existing boxing club and a martial arts centre, I believe. So my question is just really, is there a need to insert a new condition to just clarify the retention of these community facilities within the policy itself?
Thank you. Yes, it's worth noting that we did note in error that there weren't community facilities on site, when in fact there clearly are community facilities on site. I don't want to get tangled up in numbers again, but the gross site area of this site is 2.82 hectares, and the net is only 1.26, which reflects the site's ability to retain those non-housing uses on the site. So we're more than happy to propose some wording for an additional condition on development that clarifies the position regarding retention of community facilities on that site. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, that would then be a main modification to add to the list. Sorry, Mr. Digburn, did you wish to come back in, or you have got your nameplate up? Well, I just double check. Okay, thank you. Moving on then to item 6, and this is site SES28 in Woodhouse East. This is a site for 258 homes, which is owned by the council. I just have a few questions. I think some of my questions have already been answered, actually, so it's fairly short. But firstly, under A, just about the extent and type of open space, because the site I can see in the plan is identified for not just housing, which is obviously the standard allocation, but housing and open space. So if you could just outline for me how much open space is proposed. Is it above the standard level that you would seek, and of what type?
Thank you. Yes, the boundary of the site, where it adjoins the local wildlife site, there's an urban green space zone there which extends into the site allocation. That's to ensure that there's sufficient space between any housing and the wildlife site. I suppose the effect of that would be that there is a higher than usual quantity of open space on the site. That obviously the residential element would be expected to meet the usual open space requirements under policy NC15. The area that's denoted as urban green space zone is outside of what we'd expect to see new homes being developed on, and that's there for a particular purpose in relation to the setting of that site in respect of the wildlife site adjacent.
So it's a buffer between, this is the buffer we're talking about then effectively between the local wildlife site and the actual housing development?
That's right, yes.
Thank you for confirming that. Ms. Roden, did you wish to say something? So under B then, I think this issue has already been covered under site SES03. So this was just the issue about whether to have information within the policy text or policy IN1. So we'll skip over that one. Moving on to C, there are a number of new conditions. This is the buffer issue to the local wildlife site and the removal of ecological corridors from the developable area. I don't have any questions on those, so if this allocation were to remain, then those would be main modifications added to the list. That's all I have to say on those. Did the council wish to say anything?
No, thank you.
And then I can see the information within the updated trajectory tables, and I don't actually have any further questions regarding the delivery timescales. So we can skip over that as well. Okay, so Mr. Bolton, I can see that your nameplate is on its end. Did you wish to say anything about this particular allocation?
Yes, if I could. This is also a allocation from the previous UDP, so again 26 years in which it could have come forward and it hasn't. Again, if you look at our Reg 19 objection, this is a site which is deemed by the council's own evidence to be an area where such development is unviable. If you look at their response to your MIQs, and in section 13.13.1 of their response to you, they're saying that despite there being an issue with viability, this is a site which might require developer contributions, so whoever picks it up will need to make contributions. It's been an open space for some considerable time, so the level of biodiversity net gain would be a challenge to be met on site, and will be a cost either in terms of land take or in terms of off-site provision. You've got no application on the site, no indication of when the site will be sold. Now, I know what the council say. Well, we just put it in the last year of the 5-year land supply. It's not about whether you put it in. It's not a matter of fact and degree. It's a matter of whether the evidence at this time demonstrates that it's deliverable in terms of a category B site, and it just clearly isn't there. So that needs to be removed. But again, it shows, if you like, there's a dearth of evidence in a lot of these sites about how they'll actually be delivered in areas which are deemed to be unviable by the council themselves.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions for the council.
Clear on the point the council was making about 35 in the last 5 years and the remainder beyond that was simply to reflect the fact that clearly when you're looking at sites in different parts of the trajectory, albeit it's a single site, different considerations will apply in respect of 1 year in the 5 year and the remainder beyond that. The council's aware of the tests that need to be applied, obviously.
Mr Bolton?
Well, if they are, then my view is that clearly this hasn't been met, because the clear evidence isn't there in any shape or form in terms of the written submissions we've got to date. It is obviously ultimately a question you need to wrestle with on each side. I appreciate that.
No, absolutely. Myself and my colleagues will obviously be looking at this issue in the wider sense. Okay, so let's move on to item 7. I think, again, this has been covered under SES 03, so the issue about whether in the policy or policy IN1. So I don't have any further questions on 7. Moving on to item 8, this is local wildlife sites within allocation sites. So there are 3 sites I've identified anyway, falling within South East Sheffield. I think there was also discussion yesterday about site ES01, about the issue of whether a local wildlife site should be within the boundary or excluded from the boundary. And I obviously apologise because I wasn't here for that session, so there might be some slight repetition of the discussion, but I'll try and minimise that. Obviously, I appreciate the council's position in terms of it, or I understand the council's position is that you don't wish there to be the additional condition, or you don't wish the site to fall within, that you want there to be a condition saying that no development takes place within the local wildlife site area of that allocation, and for the allocation boundary to include it. And I understand from my discussions with my colleagues yesterday that the reason is that you think that having the local wildlife site within the allocation means that it will allow biodiversity net gain to be delivered on those local wildlife sites. I wasn't really sure I understood the logic of that. So what I'm looking for is just an explanation of your reasoning for wanting to retain the local wildlife site within the boundary. And I think if I can just sort of step back from that, I think I was thinking in terms of the practicality of delivering biodiversity net gain. So if a planning application were to come forward with the red line boundary, that would surely just exclude the local wildlife site, because why would you include within your red line boundary where you have to do your, how much biodiversity exists on the site assessment, you wouldn't include the local wildlife site, particularly if it's not within your ownership, like yesterday's example. Doesn't that create deliverability, viability problems if you're trying to include that? And a developer certainly wouldn't wish to do that anyway.
I think
our thinking here was that in many of these cases it is a sort of a whole land parcel that is being promoted to us, and so having a sort of an arbitrary line down the middle of a site perhaps isn't, where there's nothing physical on the ground to distinguish the boundary between the local wildlife site and the developable area is perhaps I think we thought that wasn't appropriate really in terms of how you would define the site as a whole, particularly where it is within one ownership. I think where it is in a different ownership, I think we can take that away and reflect on that. And I think with the case we talked about yesterday at Meadowhall, we said we would go away and discuss that with the landowners and discuss whether that was the right approach in that particular circumstance, because that parcel of land had been sold to a third party. So I think it does reflect to some extent where parcels have been, the way parcels have been promoted to us, but obviously we would take your guidance on this, Ma'am, in terms of what's the best approach. I can see where you're coming from in terms of biodiversity net gain and the issues that might create, but so that's something we can take away.
I haven't visited these 3 particular sites, so I don't know whether there's no boundary, and I appreciate perhaps your point about if there isn't a physical boundary. I assumed that there would be, that there would be a clear distinction between the local wildlife site area and the area that would be sort of proposed for housing, but you're saying that it effectively is the same site.
If I could just come in on that, these 3 are all employment sites, and the local wildlife sites in question are river corridors. So the land parcels go effectively up to the river boundary. So on the policies map, we've shown the employment zones buffered away from the wildlife site, which is where the watercourse is. So I think in this instance, that's why they've been set out in that manner. I think it's just worth noting, well, for your notes, SES 04 is it's the largest of the 3 sites that we're talking about here, and that's actually gained planning permission for business use in March 2024. So this condition, if it was taken forward, would only apply if a new application was received on that site post plan adoption. But that site is accessed across the wildlife site, so it is clearly within the land parcel. So that's the justification behind it. But obviously, happy to take your point on whether there's specific circumstances where you feel that we're better redrawing those boundaries to exclude the wildlife site. But that's the reason why it's being done as it is.
Okay, perhaps I could leave the issue with the council to just reflect on, because obviously we have an objection from the local wildlife trust as well, where they actually wanted those areas excluded. So it's in that context. If I could just leave it with you, I think it's probably the best way forward. Then on a slightly separate issue, this is under Part C, is there also a need to include a condition talking about the buffer, just for consistency with the other policies?
I'm really sorry, I was writing down your last action and I missed the question.
Fine, it's very difficult to write and listen and everything. I appreciate that. It was just basically about the issue of a buffer condition. So is there a need to include one within these policies for consistency with other sites that adjoin local wildlife sites?
Yes, thank you. Yes, we acknowledge that there needs to be a buffer condition in SES 02, which is similar to SES 04 and 5.
Okay, so if those sites are retained, then that would be main modifications. Okay, moving on then to item 9, and this is other proposed modifications put forward by the council. as listed on the agenda. I'm not going to repeat them here, but just to say that does anyone else around the table have any comments on these proposed changes? No? Okay. Is there anything the Council wish to say about these proposed changes?
No, thank you, unless you want us to point to where the maps for them are in the SFRA.
No, I've got no questions, so that's fine. Just to say then that I confirm that I agree with these proposed changes and that they would be potential main modifications to the plan. Right, that takes us on to item 10, and this is the availability, deliverability of other housing sites as identified in the Council's new evidence document, exam 80 and 81, there's various tables. Picking up firstly on SES 08, so the lead-in time is 2027-28. So can the Council just talk me through the timescales? Because looking at the Council's healer, and you've got the lead-in times in table 7, along and then the build-out rates in table 6. So according to the healer, I think it should be 2 years, shouldn't it, for planning permission and groundworks. So if you could just talk me through the lead-in times, which are now saying 27-28.
Yes, certainly. Maybe just to pick up, firstly, there is a footnote attached to Table 7 in the healer that says that these timescales are different if they are in council-agreed housing programmes, which this particular site is, which I'll go through the evidence we've got to support it. So SES 08, council-owned site, that's within the stock increase programme. We've had confirmation from our Housing Growth Department that a planning application will be made on this site in Q1 of 26-27, with a start on site in 26-27. Just to be clear that and then build out rates start from 27-28 for 50 units, which is in the trajectory, and the remaining 45 units are in 28-29. Just to note that obviously the build-out rates are faster than indicated in the healer table 6, and this is because all units are for affordable housing, so there's no additional time required for marketing. And the stock increase programme has been in operation for a number of years, so these sites are regularly coming forward and being built out at those rates. Just to also note a point that was made yesterday regarding funding for these particular sites. Just to reiterate, the stock increase programme, the model for it is based on the housing revenue account and borrowing against that. So approximately 70% of funding comes from the housing revenue account, and the remaining 30% is topped up in effect by other pots. So just to be clear, with these sites, the remaining 30%, we now have greater flexibility on that funding because we are able to use right to buy receipts, also mixed with Section 106 monies, which the council has. The sites are also cleared and ready to be developed, which is another condition often on the topping up of this funding, that the sites are cleared and ready to be developed, so that the council can use these mechanisms to fund the delivery of these sites. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Bolton, would you like to come in?
Yes, as we've highlighted previously, the average time to deliver sites of this size would be 6 years from the submission of the original planning application to the first completion on the site. That, however, when we talk about timing and programmes, that's a different issue to talking about whether or not the site passes the test of being deliverable in terms of the MPPF. Nothing you've heard gets you anywhere near the test of this site being deliverable. at the time when this plan is adopted, if it is adopted. It will just be an allocation. There'll be no planning permission on it, as far as if the timing is correct, and therefore you cannot be counting this as contributing towards the 5-year land supply of the site as it presently stands. I mean, this is a site which clearly needs funding. You've heard that the council is able to label and spoon, if you like, the additional funding that's needed from other pots, including from Section 106s. But obviously you have a situation where there isn't actually that much 106 money going into those pots because of the nature of the viability of a lot of sites that have been developed in the past. And in going forward, what you know is the majority of sites being allocated in this plan are in areas which are unviable and therefore are unlikely to even deliver the 10% affordable, whether that be on site or indeed by off-site payments. So while they're saying this funding might be available in terms of the top-up, that can have no certainty in my view.
Ms Roden.
Just to be clear, so as set out in the trajectory commentary, funding has been allocated as part of the Council's capital budget book. I think I've got the wording right there. For this particular site, and I think I was just trying to give a bit more information about the practicalities of that and how that funding is made up between the HRA and then the extra 30% through the use of right to buy and 106 monies.
Thank you. I've got no more questions on SES 08. Moving on to SES 09, I have seen the updated information in the trajectory and I have no further questions on SES 09, the timing of that. Does anyone else around the table have any comments on SES 09? No. Moving on then to SES 11. So I have a few questions for the council. This is a site for 151 units. You state it's in single ownership of a public organisation, but as I understand it, you don't have information on availability. So can you tell me who? It sounds very cloak and dagger.
Absolutely, ma'am. It's a very valid question. So you're right, the site is in single ownership. So the site is completely owned by the Ministry of Defence, the MOD. What we didn't put in our commentary is that we have had previous correspondence through a piece of work commissioned by Homes England in 2022, looking at a possible pipeline of sites to come forward. So we did have written correspondence at that stage to indicate that the site is currently utilised and unavailable in its current use in the short to medium term. So the council therefore have taken the view and placed delivery that there is a reasonable prospect that the site would be available in the long term and therefore have put delivery in the years 11 to 14 of the plan period. Just to give a little bit of background, the site was developed as part of historic work through the housing market renewal work from 2005, possibly predating that. It is adjoining a district centre and adjoining a council-owned piece of land. So just to give a bit more information there on what we have received from the MOD.
So what, can you confirm what the site is actually used for at the moment?
It's a territorial army base.
So the written confirmation, I'm assuming it was, just confirms obviously that it's definitely going to be used in the short to medium term, but it didn't actually say in the long term there was plans to dispose of it. I'm just getting that confirmation.
I can confirm that, yes, that is correct.
Okay, that raises sort of questions, I think, in my head about whether we can easily judge whether there's a reasonable prospect of it coming forward at the point envisaged if that information isn't there to say that actually it's going to be disposed of at that particular time. Mr. Bolton, did you wish to come in?
Cloak and dagger might be the appropriate reference for this site. Clearly it's in use at the present time. There's no indication that there is a desire to release the site for development. As per our Reg 19 submission, this site falls within an area that's not viable at the present time, and therefore the return, if you like, of releasing the site for housing wouldn't be attractive in terms of the open market. So I think that there's clearly an ownership constraint, and this site is not available. It'd be unreasonable to conclude that it should be retained within the plan as an allocation.
Thank you. I think this is... Yeah, Miss Reid, would you like to come in?
Sorry. The council continues to take a critical approach to its sites as it moves through the process, and just recognising, I think, Mum, some of the point that you've just raised, I think we'd just like to provide an update on the council's position in terms of this one.
I think we acknowledge the points being made, and if the inspector would agree, we would look to remove this site as an allocation if there isn't deemed to be a reasonable prospect of it being available.
I think from my perspective, I do have significant doubts. I was aware that we've obviously got a lot of sites to get through, and I think having 3 colleagues dealing with this, I think our take was going to be that we basically don't necessarily confirm everything until the end, because we need to get together and actually decide, formulate our views in a coherent fashion. But I think if you're saying that you agree, then that you would be removing that, then I would say then yes, because I've got some very significant concerns about the availability.
Yes, understood. Yep.
Add this one to the list. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on then to site SES 12. And this is just a site which is 90 units, and it's falls within the 5-year delivery, so delivery of 45 units in the year 27-28. So I understand that a planning application is expected in quarter 1, 26-27. So if you could just talk me through how that would then result in the actual building of the units in 2027-28.
Yes, ma'am. It's a very similar situation to SES 08, which we've just discussed. It's part of the council stock increase programme, and funding is secured through the housing revenue account, and then the additional 30% through mechanisms that I've already described. Just to sort of make the point again that the stock increase programme is a long-standing programme. We have systems in place with a lot of pre-planning work, design, informal planning advice notes. So at the point of a planning application going forward, there is extensive pre-planning work done by our council teams. We also have the infrastructure and teams in place in-house to commission and quickly start on site with these particular schemes, as demonstrated since delivery of these sites since 2018.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else have any comments on SE12? Mr. Bolton.
So I'm not going to repeat what's just been whispered in my ear. It has put me off a little bit. Yes, a couple of things. One, obviously, that refrain of mind, just having a projection of when an application might be made isn't sufficient to pass the test of being deliverable within the 5 years. The other thing about these schemes which are funded, it's being put to you, they're all on quite a tight time scale, and it's our experience, I suppose, within the city in general, that these timescales aren't always adhered to. There's many reasons why they don't actually go through on course, and some can be considerably delayed. Sometimes it's with regard to the design process. The council do undertake quite a thorough design process of these sites, and therefore assuming all of them are going to hit these very, very short timescales, I think is unrealistic. And also, I think, again, given the evidence nationally, these timescales look very unrealistic, to be honest. So 2 points. One, the test isn't passed, and two, the timescales, I think, are beginning to look unrealistic, because what you're seeing here is all these sites are being almost attributed to the same time period, and our experience is that actually over the years these sites have come forward in a more staggered process.
Ms. Roden?
Yeah, just to make the point again that we've got, as set out in our written statement, which I'm recently submitted alongside our housing trajectory. I haven't got the reference to it in front of me, but maybe a colleague could remind me. The stock increase programme, we do have a track record of delivering these sites within these timeframes. We have strong design teams, systems in place, and we have built within these timeframes previously. And as we've made that clear in our note, which sits alongside our housing trajectory, which Ms Stevens, exam 80, thank you.
Thank you very much. No more questions on SES 12. Moving on then to SES 20. So this is one where planning permission hasn't been implemented due to financial constraints, I think was the word used. Could you just outline for me what are those financial constraints? Is that a particular company, or is it to do with the suitability of the site?
Thank you, ma'am. So the financial constraints at the time were cited in relation to 2020-21. So it was in relation to wider concerns regarding Brexit. So this was information directly from the agent on behalf of the landowner. Permission was granted in 2018 and, as set out, has lapsed and not been implemented. We have written to the landowner and had no response since correspondence in 2020 on this particular site.
So there's no, obviously they have a lapsed planning permission, and you're not exactly sure if they're going to still bring it forward.
On that basis, ma'am, looking at what's surrounding this site, and it's not part of any sort of land assembly, the council are of the view that this site could be proposed to be deallocated on that basis.
Does that make you happy, Mr. Bolton?
Very little makes me happy on this plan, ma'am. But I think that would be the sensible action to take, yes.
I think based on what I've heard, then I would probably agree. So if that could be added as a main modification change. Thank you. Moving on to SES 21 and 24. I actually don't have any questions on either of those. Mr. Bolton, did you wish to comment on SES 21 or 24 or both?
I'll do both, and I'll do them both at the same time. SES 21, your question was about site availability. It was subject to an outline consent in 2010, granted in 2011, not implemented. We don't think this site is developable in a wider remit, and the same with sorry, that's 2021 I'm talking about, and the next one was it 2022? You were looking at 2024, wasn't it?
Yeah, 24.
That's looking at the key milestones. The care home, there was, from my understanding, that there's two potential owners on this, the City Council and another owner. There was a permission granted in 2015 and demolition granted in 2011, but actually nothing's happened on the site for a considerable period of time, and I don't think that they've really got the evidence to suggest that it is developable within the plan period.
Just quickly going back to SES 21, I think there's been a very late letter from the landowner confirming availability, hasn't there? That's the 3rd of October.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. So just to clarify that we've had a response from the landowner confirming that the land is available for development. And they've had discussions with the developer for bringing it forward for older persons accommodation. So we believe that there is a reasonable prospect that the site will be available within the planned period, and we've moved delivery therefore forward from year 11 into year 10, but it was very clear by the landowner that they thought this could be much sooner. However, we've took a slightly more cautious approach.
Do you have any other comments on these two sites?
Yes, in terms of letters from the landowner, obviously that doesn't bring it into the 5-year land supply, so I agree that it's actually in year 10 if it is to be there. Also, the problem one has is this is still in an area where the council have identified sites are unviable. So without, it's one thing for a landowner to write to say, yes, my site is available for development, but it's not available at any cost. And if there is issues of viability, then I think those really need to be resolved before you can actually put them forward as an allocation. And it's unclear, if you like, from letters that were received, the generic nature of some of these letters, it's unclear whether they've actually taken into account the full cost of development, including the need to provide for affordable housing and other off-site work such as biodiversity net gain.
Thank you very much. That takes us to SES 25. The council has proposed a change in lead-in time from the September trajectory, but before we get onto the lead-in times, I just had a few questions about ownership, because I understand it's a site in multiple ownership. Can you just confirm how many landowners, and then just to confirm how many landowners have agreed that the site's available?
The site is in 2 owners, and we can confirm that there's been no response from either of the landowners on this site. As with previous sites, there is no wider land assembly happening around this site, and there's been no confirmed availability, so the council would propose to deallocate this particular site.
Any comments, Mr. Bolton?
Not in terms of the proposed deallocation, no, thank you.
Based on what I've heard and read, then yes, I would agree, so that could be added as a main modification. Okay, any comments on any of the other sites? Rose.
Thank you, ma'am. Just reflect on a few points, ma'am, and just have a review in terms of some of the employment sites. I realised I forgot to ask a question earlier, or just confirmation, really. So, yeah, obviously we're looking at, in terms of the employment land supply, obviously, as earlier sessions, there's obviously a deficiency in terms of that employment land supply against even the council's own requirement, but also against the council's own need and our own evidence and submissions. Looking at the sites in this sub-area, site SCS03 we talked about earlier, I think it's been confirmed, obviously it's 3.4 hectares in terms of employment land provision. Clearly there are constraints that were talked about earlier, but also it's, I was just looking at the council's written statement, and the employment land supply note that came, which I think is exam 56, I think, obviously confirms that's EG3, that's light industrial, against the strategic need for employment. That is clearly not addressing the industrial need or the logistics needs. That's been identified. SCS 04, I think you saw in our Matter 5 hearing statements, we've assessed quite a lot of the larger sites that the council put forward. The Mosborough Wood Business Park is being marketed, but it's being marketed with the largest available unit at 86,000 square foot. So that's not 100,000 square foot. So clearly that's again not meeting that strategic need in terms of employment land. It's 8 kilometres from the M1 junction 30 and M1 junction 31. So again, it's also got sensitive uses we identified to the south and in the wider area. We think it's more probably B2 than B8. But again, obviously, it's a bit constrained and not meeting that sub-regional, the need for INL. As we identified, which as you're well aware, it's sites over 5 hectares, which this is, but it's 100,000 square foot plus other type of units that are needed. Also, it's in terms we discussed a couple of weeks ago, it's also being caught with the statement of common ground that the council have signed with the Environment Agency in terms of the need for further modelling as well. So again, what's the net developable area of the site? And also, it's also, I saw in the earlier questions, it's caught up with the local wildlife site type discussions as well. So again, it's constrained, what's the net developable area of that site. SCS 05, which was picked up earlier as well, that's reduced in size in terms of obviously the discussions with the Environment Agency and the modelling, but it's also caught with that modelling condition as well in terms of that statement of common ground. So again, what is the likely developable area at all for that? But again, it's 3.29 hectares. It's pretty small, not meeting that sub-regional strategic need. SCS 06, that's been suggested, I think that's being deleted again, but it was only very small. It was 0.57 hectares, is my understanding for that site. That's being removed. SCS 07, again, has caught up with the council's statement of common ground with the Environment Agency in terms of flood risk and further modelling. It's only 0.54 hectares. So again, what is the developable area of that going to be? Equally, is it viable for them to do a lot of modelling work in order to deliver quite a small site that's not meeting a strategic need? When we get down to SCS 01, again, that's also caught up with the council's statement of common ground in terms of flood risk and further modelling. It's only 1.29 hectares, again, highlighting the very small nature of this site. And SCS 02 has been caught again with the council's additional condition in that Appendix 2 to that statement of common ground. It's listed in that site there, so it's flood risk, but also it's caught with that your earlier question around a local wildlife site as well. So it's around what's the net developable area. It's already been reduced by to 0.47 hectares from 1.1 hectares. I saw in the council's written statement to accompanying this hearing session today. So it's been reduced from 1.1 hectares to 0.47 hectares, which is in the council's written statement today. So again, what is that actually viable? Is that going to come forward? I just raised questions, ma'am, because it doesn't take a lot to actually see, following yesterday's session and earlier sessions, that actually the undersupply in terms of employment land, which was already present when the plan was submitted, is further exacerbating. But also, it's not about the quantitative need, which I'm emphasising here. but it's also about the qualitative need that we've discussed in for earlier hearing sessions, about the range, choice and type of employment land. And actually the ones identified are reducing in size, they're heavily constrained, and they're all exceptionally small. And they're not in those optimal locations in terms of location towards the strategic road network, etc. So I'm not expecting a response from the council. I'm just putting this point forward, which is just pulling together the strands of the evidence that is present at the moment and in response to the written statements that have been submitted and to the examination. Thank you.
Mr Bolton.
Yes, what I will do is...
Mr Rose, I think your microphone's still on, one of them. The other one. Thank you.
I'm old-fashioned, I'll go mono. I won't go through our Reg 19. We put in a number of objections in terms of SA5 and the sites. The ones we've not covered are numbers 13, 16, 17, 19 and 22. I would just draw your attention to those, and there are general objections regarding, if you like, lack of information around items such as viability, impact of other constraints, and indeed environmental issues in terms of the ground contamination, etc. I think that's a normal one, isn't it? So I'll just draw your attention to those. You'll review them as you're going through, looking at all the other sites, and I'll leave it there to save a little bit of time and try and finish the lunch.
Thank you. Yes, I think the final few agenda items actually shouldn't take too long. Let's move on then to policy SA5. So the council has put forward a number of proposed modifications to the wording. Firstly, to change gypsy and traveller to travelling show people. I would obviously agree with that change. So I'd say that would be a main modification for soundness reasons. And then moving on then to the link changes listed there under item B, and these are link changes to policy H1 and paragraph 4.30. Having read these changes, I think my feeling is that they're probably minor changes. I wouldn't see them as being necessarily key to the soundness of the actual policy. And then similarly, there was also a minor change proposed to amend the site title, I think, from SES 3 to 03. Well, that would be under that category of being a minor change as well. So if the council wished to make those changes, obviously it would be your decision. Then moving on to item 13 then. So this is a proposed change to correct the list of strategic sites listed in the policy. I would agree that that's probably a main modification because it's important to get the list of strategic sites correct. So if that would be added to the list of main changes, please.
Thank you. We'll add that, and just to note that we'll ensure that, as with other sub-areas, that reflects the final list of sites in the plan where there's been sites agreed to deallocate.
Okay, thank you. That takes us on to item 14, Althorpe Fields Local Green Space. Does anyone wish to make any comments on this proposed designation? No? Okay. I don't have any questions. I've obviously read the evidence supplied. The only question I had just was about the glossary. Is the definition missing from there? I couldn't find it anyway.
Thank you. Yes, that's a good spot. We do agree that it's noted in the definitions in the text that there's a local green space definition, and therefore it does need to be included within the glossary. We suggest that we propose a definition to you with reference to the parameters set out in paragraphs 101 and 102 of the framework, which is the most logical place that refers to local green spaces and how they operate.
Yes, because it's a concept that I think a lot of people may not have heard of. I think it is useful to have it within there to make sure the policy is effective. So in that way, I think it probably is a main modification. I think sometimes where there's definitions missing from the glossary, it may not be a soundness issue, but in this case, I think it probably is. So I would say that that would be added as a main change. Then under item 15, I just had a question, just if the council could confirm what the changes were. I just was trying to compare the two. I think I've spotted one change, but it would just be useful if you could just confirm for me, please.
Thank you. The change that we'd identified was the need to correctly identify strategic sites on the policies map.
Was it a specific site? I saw SES 10 was missing. Were there other changes as well?
I think it was just SES 10 that was missing, and I think that probably falls to a question that was actually raised by Mr. Digman earlier. Its gross site area is greater than 4 hectares, and its net site area is less than 4 hectares, and our definition of strategic sites is 200 homes or 4 hectares. Our feeling is that it doesn't need to be denoted as a strategic site, given that the net site area, and therefore the site area that is going to determine the capacity, is less than 4 hectares, so it wouldn't fit the criteria as defined.
So forgive me, I haven't got the copy of the two maps in front of me, so your proposal is to remove that as a strategic allocation then?
That's right, yes. Or rather to ensure that it's not on there as a strategic allocation.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. Does anyone have any other comments on any other matters relating to policies or sites within matter 13? That's including emission sites if anyone wishes to raise any issues. Mr. Bolton.
Yes, it's not that we're promoting the emission sites in this session, but tomorrow we will be. But the question isn't asked about emission sites. Is that intentional or?
Basically, yes, because the focus of the examination, as you know, is on the allocation sites put forward in the plan. There's no hard and fast rule about this, but I have to say that I often allow, if there are a number of people wishing to promote and talk about emission sites, I might allow sometimes people to promote and talk about them for 2 minutes each, with the recognition that I'm not looking for any response from the council, and I probably haven't got questions on them because of the context. So if tomorrow you have a site you wish to talk about, then I will allow you, my colleague would allow you to have a short period of time to mention it.
You said 2 minutes, so I'll time myself.
Well, I'll be around the table tomorrow, but I won't be talking, so I'll have a stopwatch for you. No further comments then. Does the council have anything else it wishes to say?
Thank you.
Right, so I've obviously got a lot to reflect on because I've heard a number of objections obviously to some of those sites concerned. So myself and my colleague will obviously be reflecting on everything we hear at the hearing sessions. So thank you for everyone's contributions this morning. The hearing session this morning is now closed and we can resume, I think as planned, at 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you. Okay, well, it's 2 o'clock now, so good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Stage 2 hearing sessions on the Sheffield Plan. My name is Katie Child, for those of you who haven't met before. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and a Planning Inspector, and I've been appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct the examination of the Sheffield Plan, along with my colleagues David Troy and Rosie Morgan. Our role is to examine the plan to determine whether it's legally compliant and soundly based, and in doing so we will be taking account of all written evidence before us and also taking account of all verbal submissions made at the hearing sessions themselves. So the hearing session this afternoon is looking at site policies and allocations in the South Sub-Area of Sheffield. As with previous sessions, we are likely to discuss potential changes to the plan and potential action points as well, and we have asked the Council to keep a running list of these potential changes and actions as we go through, so we may be adding to that this afternoon. And then at the closing session between the Council and the inspectors, we will check through the list and then obviously talk about outstanding practical matters and next steps at that stage. So before we go to the main agenda for this afternoon, I just have a few practicalities to run through. Just a reminder that the session is being filmed and live streamed on the Council's YouTube channel. So welcome to anyone who is watching today. Secondly, a reminder that Ian Kemp, the Programme Officer, is sitting at the back there. So if you have any practical questions or problems during the afternoon, please see Ian. Can I check that everyone has a copy of the agenda? No? Okay. I think there should be some spares available. I'll just pause for a moment. Okay. A reminder that mobile phones should be turned off or put on silent. And then I need to say that if you are intending to film or record the session and share images online or with others, please be aware that you'll be responsible for complying with relevant data protection legislation. Okay, I'll now turn to the Council to talk through any practical matters or fire alarm procedures. Thank you.
Thank you. We aren't expecting any fire alarms today, so if you do hear the fire alarm go off, then it is a real fire alarm. If you could make your way back down the wide stairs that you came up to enter the building, and we gather by the jewellers diagonally opposite the town hall. Please let one of the staff know if you have any issues accessing the stairs, and a member of town hall staff can assist you. Thank you.
So just a few words then in terms of how the session will run. I think some people around the table are probably more aware than others of how these sessions, well, the format of these sessions is. So effectively we have the agenda before us, and it's a structured discussion based on the agenda. So it's an opportunity for you to make your comments and then for me to ask questions as well. So I often have questions initially for the Council, but there'll be an opportunity for people to come in at any stage. And if you do wish to come into the conversation, then if you put your nameplate on its end in the normal way, and then I'll bring you into the discussion as soon as I can. In terms of timings for this afternoon, the session is scheduled to run for the whole afternoon. I'd want to finish by 5 at the latest. It may be before. We'll see how we get on. And then we'll be taking a mid-morning break of about 15 minutes. Okay, so before we get to the main agenda then, if we can do the introductions, so if we can go round to the table, and if you can say your name and your organisation where relevant. And if I could start on the right, please, with the Council.
Thank you. Laura Stevens, Local Plan Team Lead for the Council.
Sarah Reid, King's Counsel. I'm the Council's barrister.
Ellie Roden, Principal Planning Officer for the Council.
Mike Johnson, Head of Planning at the Council.
I'm Vincent, Strategic Planning Service Manager at the Council.
I'm Deborah Anderson, Bob's wife.
Bob Anderson. It's my landing question that we're discussing this afternoon.
Helena Anderson, I'm here with my mum and dad.
Rory Craig. I'm with the Anderson family.
Roland Bolton, DLP Planning for Hallam Land Management and Inspired Villages.
Christopher Carroll, Sport England Planning Manager.
Thank you very much. Right, before we begin the agenda, does anyone have any questions of a practical nature about how the session will run? No? Okay. Okay, so in terms of the agenda then, we're obviously looking at sites in South Sheffield Sub-Area this afternoon. I haven't included all of the sites on the agenda, only the ones obviously where I have particular comments. So if you do have any comments you wish to raise on any other sites, then please raise them under item 25 on the agenda. We'll be looking at the suitability, deliverability and availability of site allocations. And the Council has produced a new, or several new evidence documents setting out the availability and deliverability of housing sites. That's documents exam 80 and 81. I just want to check that everyone has seen them who wishes to see them. Possibly, yes. It's a series of series of tables. There's quite a lot of part A, B, C, etc.
I think 83 is the most up-to-date one. Exam 83.
That's correct, yeah, 83.
Okay. Thank you for confirming. So everyone's seen that. In which case I will proceed with the agenda then. So firstly, item 18. So this is just a very quick question to the Council, really. So the Council has identified a potential change, changing the figure within policy SA5, the housing capacity figure, from 765 to 750. Can I just check with the Council, this is just an error, I assume. So based on your analysis of capacity at April 22, the figure should have actually been 750, is that right?
Thank you, that's an error, yes, although what we'd like to propose is as I'm sure you'll understand, the need to make sure that figure is accurate when we come to the end of these sessions. Thank you.
I think we discussed that briefly, didn't we, at one of the sessions, week 1, stage 2, where you take a review of all of the sites and add up the capacities and see where we're at. Okay, so we'll leave that for now then. Okay, so moving on then to item 19. So this is about the designation of Bole Hill Woods, and I'm assuming that the 4 participants at the end of the table, you're here to talk today about that particular site. It's obviously a new proposed designation put forward by the Council in the plan, supported by the Friends of Bole Hill Woods. I've seen, Mr. Anderson, a statement that you sent through, I think it was yesterday or the day before, with a map attached, which was very useful to have actually. So I can now see how your land holding relates to the site of the boundaries of the local green space. So if we could start off with you, if you would like to just sort of outline your concerns for me. It appears to me that part of your site, part of your land is included within... Okay.
I'm not sure on this side of the table we've actually seen that document that you referred to a moment ago. So perhaps before we start, would it be possible for us just to be provided with a copy and have a quick look at it?
I do apologise. I didn't realise you hadn't seen that.
No.
It's just a one-page map, and then I think it was a one-page statement as well, okay. Very, very short.
Well,
do you want to take an adjournment?
Yes, just a very short one, so we can get a copy, have a quick look at it, and just so that if it's referred to by the Andersons, we can obviously follow what's being said in particular.
No, that's fine. 5 minutes? Or
well, could we
10 minutes?
Make it say 10 so that we can get it and read it?
Yeah. Yes, no, that's fine. Ian, are you able to forward that?
Thank you so much.
So if you forward it to your emails, I've only got it on my computer as well.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So we assume 20 past? Okay, so we'll adjourn and resume at 20 past. Apologies for this slight delay. Okay, can I just check you've had sufficient time to look at the map?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you for allowing us to take the time to look at that.
That's absolutely fine. So I was in the middle of saying that obviously, well, it looks to me from the map you supplied that part of your land is included within the Bolt Hill Wood local green space designation, but part has been excluded. But if you just want to sort of outline your concerns and obviously the reason why you're here this afternoon. Thank you.
Bob has asked me to speak on his behalf, if that's okay. Family. Thank you. Can you hear me? Is that working? Yeah. Cool. So we just wanted to apologise for the late submission of the statement on the map, and very grateful to the inspector and the council for taking a look. Sorry it was late. And we're just to reiterate our position at the outset, we fully support the proposed designation of Bolt Hill Wood as a local green space. Our view is simply that a small patch of Bob's land, which is fenced off and situated next to the wood but not in it, has incorrectly been included within the boundaries of the proposed green space. So what we're seeking is what we hope will be a small modification to the council's proposal so as to exclude the rest of Bob's land from the green space. But other than that, we are fully in support. And then, by way of background, Bob has owned this small patch of land for 23 years. And if you refer to the map we provided, you'll see we've marked the approximate outline of the land in black, that black square there. This land is adjacent to the wood, but not actually in it. It's fenced off and gated with no public access, all of that land. And Bob and his family use it for allotments where they grow fruit and veg. Bob has kept bees there too in the past, and the family generally uses the land for private leisure. So Bob was surprised to discover that part of his land was to be included within the proposed new green space, especially as you'll see on the map, as you pointed out, part of it has very clearly been excluded from the perimeter of the green space. So there's that very clear exclusion of part of it, whereas the rest of it is in the green space. And we've never understood why the land was to be divided in this way, because it's a single continuous tract of land, all owned by Bob, and all with one fence around the outside. So we've never had that explained to us. The best we can surmise is that the bit that's been excluded is very clearly in use as allotments, very well kept and maintained by Bob and his family. Whereas the part of his land that is in the green space is a little bit overgrown. And it seems to have been interpreted by the council or the Friends of Bolt Hill Wood as neglected allotments. If you see it's number 7 on the key, so-called neglected allotments. We think that might be what's happened. But Bob is very clear that it has always been and remains his intention to use all of the land for allotments. And the only reason why some of it is currently neglected is because there's been vandalism and theft on the land before, which has discouraged him from keeping bees. He had a beehive stolen several times. Right. So for security reasons, it's almost been a strategic decision to let part of the land get a little bit overgrown so as to discourage thieves and vandals while keeping part of it in very good condition. So that's what we think has happened with what otherwise seems to be a sort of arbitrary division of the land, part of it in the green space and part of it not. So that's where we are with this. We think it's an error, a labelling error, based on whether the allotments look neglected or not. But on its own terms, even if this has been a conscious decision, we don't think that the part of Bob's land that's been included within the green space, we don't think it meets the statutory criteria. We don't see how it can, because it's fenced off and gated with no public access or right of way. That whole black box on our map. No one can get in there. So paragraph 102 of the NPPF requires that the land serves a community or is special to a community. But this land is entirely private and fenced off, and is in use for family allotments, and it is barely even visible to the community. So we just don't, as I say, we believe that primarily this is just a labelling error, hopefully easily remedied. But on its own terms, we don't think that Bob's land meets the criteria in the framework anyway. So that's our position. And as I say, all we're proposing is just a slight redrawing of the boundaries, so as to ensure that the proposal is consistent with the framework, and hopefully it can proceed unimpeded. Otherwise, I think that's all. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Before I turn to the council then, I just have one question, at the moment anyway. Can you just confirm, do you live adjoining to the land? No. So it doesn't sort of form an extension to your garden or anything?
No.
Okay, if I could turn to the council then, if you can give me your response then. Is it, sorry, Mr Vincent, is it a drafting error, or is this something the council wishes to retain as shown on your policies map?
Thank you, Mum. No, I think we've very much been led by the case that was presented by the Friends of Bole Hill Wood, and I think we've followed the boundary that they submitted. I think, from what we've heard today, I think we would have no objection to that area being excluded from the Bole Hill Wood local green space designation, Mum, if you think that's appropriate. I think clearly that it's quite hard to see, both from an aerial photo or from a map, exactly where the edge of the woodland is, but clearly it's been explained to us today where that boundary is. And I think the intention of the Bole Hill Woods group was that that is to protect the woodland, not the allotments. I think is the intention. So, Ma'am, I think we're happy to accept your view on this, but we have no objection to that piece of land being omitted from the local green space.
I have a follow-up question then. Just trying to work out, it's difficult to tell because I've got this map, which is never a good map to have, is it, when you're trying to look at one specific site. I was just trying to work out how it relates to the local wildlife site boundary. I saw that Miss Stevens has like a larger map on her screen. She's the only person with a large enough screen, perhaps.
Yeah, thank you. I've got the interactive version of the
Yeah, it seemed to be, from this, it seemed to me...
No, as I can see it, the local wildlife site may overlap slightly, but it largely doesn't cover Mr Anderson's land.
Right.
It's worth noting, so the whole green area within that sort of bigger envelope is covered by urban green space zone policy area, and the vast majority of it is covered with the local wildlife site, but there's a rectangular strip on the west which isn't in the wildlife site, and that is where Mr Anderson's land is.
Okay.
There may be an overlap there, and I think this goes back to what Mr Vincent was saying, that when the boundary was drawn up by the Friends of Bole Hill Wood, it's probably quite hard to see realistically on the ground where the exact boundary of that local wildlife site and therefore the woodland is, as opposed to the area of either in use or slightly overgrown allotments.
Okay. I had my microphone still on then, I do apologise. So the local wildlife site potentially is correct, I think is what you're saying. So that accords with the boundary of the ownership, so excludes all of Mr Anderson's land.
The only map I've got identifying Mr Anderson's land is the note that came through yesterday with the black mark on it. I would say from that some of Mr Anderson's land is probably in the wildlife site on the west side, but it's very hard to tell from a map of that scale. No, just saying it is urban green space. Yeah. Sorry, just to be clear, the whole of this area is covered by urban green space zone. So it's still forms of protection under that, irrespective of whether it's in the local green space or not. Yeah.
Okay, no, so I appreciate that there is a designation for the whole area as urban green space, which is obviously where residential development isn't normally permitted, so that would be a protection in itself. I think I was just wondering that if the local wildlife site, though, say we were going to then amend the boundary of the local green space, whether it would then not align with the local wildlife site boundary, and whether there's an actual issue with the local wildlife site boundary, given that you've just said that it's quite hard to see the boundary when you're in the wood and work out where that logically should. But obviously the local wildlife sites, I'm assuming they're done through the Wildlife Trust, aren't they? And then they advise the council in terms of where those boundaries should be.
That's right, yes, they provide the mapped information. It may well be that on a better base map with an ordnance survey base, you can see a more distinctive demarcation between the fully wooded area and the area where there's obviously encroaching trees, if that makes sense, which refers back to the point made about some areas being left perhaps slightly more wild for an element of protection. So when we're looking at an aerial photo, which is quite recent, it's hard to see exactly where that line is, but it may well be that on the OS map there is a more apparent line, which is what's been used for the local wildlife site. I don't know how old that local wildlife site is, but yes, they're provided to us by the Wildlife Trust.
The other question I have for the council is that when I've been involved in local green spaces before, there are local green spaces that don't have public access. I don't see that as necessarily preventative to the inclusion within a local green space. If it can still be of demonstrable value to a local community in visual terms or ecological terms, historical terms. It doesn't have to be an actual access to the site. But I appreciate, obviously, the points that have been made, and if the council is saying that it's a potential drafting area, that's slightly different. It's just the issue, I think, with the alignment with the county wildlife site boundary. One follow-up question really is that one of the contributions of a local green space that doesn't have public access can be the visual impact, and in terms of like a treed area, it could be the contribution that's made from the surrounding streets. So that part that is included within the local green space, does it have trees on it? Does it form the backdrop to the houses along those roads there? Is it seen as part of the wood? That would be my only query.
I don't think we see it as part of the wood, and I think the intention of the Friends group was to secure and protect the woodland area. That's their primary concern here.
Okay, based on what you say, I think that, if it's this drafting area, then I would say that there would be a modification then to change the boundary and to exclude the land within your ownership, which has a different usage effectively and doesn't form part of the main, or it doesn't appear to me to form part of the main woodland area. But the issue with the local wildlife site, can I ask the council just to check that out and look into that and check whether the alignment of the local wildlife site boundary is correct and makes sense in terms of if the local green space boundary is to be changed? They might be different things, but if you could just look into that and then report back.
That's right. I think we're going to have to report back. I appreciate the note that was sent through yesterday, which has got the area of ownership indicated in black. I wonder if the Andersons could confirm if they've previously either submitted or could submit a definitive boundary, because that's just a sort of a line on a sketch map.
Yeah.
I think if you've already submitted it before, then we can find that. Just let us know. Thank you.
It's worth noting there is also an area TPO on it, which protects the trees as well.
Okay, so I've noted that down. That would be an action then for the definitive plan to be submitted, to be included within the examination library, and then the change made to the policies map. I'm not sure whether there'd be a change to the plan. There's not like a hectareage or anything, is there? And it's not marked on a sub-plan. Yes, I think that would just be a change to the policies map. So obviously that would be something that the council would do alongside and publicise that alongside any main modifications to the plan. Pause for a moment while I just write down all those actions. Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions on this. Was there anything else that you'd like to say about this designation?
Not really. No, that's. I mean, it's the.
And then Miss Reid, you have your nameplate up. Okay. All right, then. I don't have any further questions, so thank you very much for coming along and thank you for your time. You're obviously welcome to leave now. If you want to stay, you can, but you're obviously your item's finished. So
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we'll resume then with item 20, and this is just a quick question for the council on the policy wording, so policy SA6, and the second part of criterion E, is it necessary if SS17 is being released from the Greenbelt on adoption of the plan?
Thank you. Yes, that's right. We'd agree that the second part of the policy, SA6E, is unnecessary if that site is released from the Greenbelt on adoption of the plan, and therefore criterion E would need to just simply read protecting existing Greenbelt boundaries. Thank you.
Okay, and that would be a main modification in my view. Thank you. Okay, moving on then to item 21, and obviously we have Mr. Carroll from Sport England here this afternoon to talk about this site as well, so welcome to you. So this is concerning sites SS01 and 04, which is a former school site with a playing field. The council has divided the site into two separate parcels. So I have just a few questions first of all about access and delivery plans for both sites under Part A, and then we'll move on to the issue of the playing field under Part B. So could the council just start off by just explaining to me your reasons for subdividing the site into two and parcelling it up, and it appears to be potentially then being marketed to two separate housing associations?
Thank you. Yes, these two pieces of land have historically been treated as two sites, which simply reflects the fact that one contains previously developed land, SS04, as that's the site of the former school buildings, and SS01 is the former playing fields. The school itself was decommissioned in 2003, and the playing fields have been disused in terms of sports use for a similar amount of time. Both sites, I'm sure Ms Roden might come back onto this, but both sites have been subject to recent soft market testing and are currently of interest to housing associations as part of the programme to deliver affordable homes in the city.
Is the council, obviously I appreciate perhaps for sort of policy terms you initially treated them separately because one's brownfield and one is not. But in terms of wanting to bring those two sites forward, the council then doesn't want to do comprehensive development and bring the schemes forward, the site forward as one then? It's your preference to have that as two?
No, sorry, the preference isn't necessarily to have it as two sites. That they were two parcels. I think it was initially because part of it was able to be on the brownfield register and the other part wasn't, which is where the two parcels originate from. No, there's no indication that means they shouldn't come forward as a single holistic development site.
Okay, so in terms of the ensuring that you have a sort of comprehensive development that works well, I can see that there's reference to a provision of a footpath and green link between the two. I just had a quick question about the access arrangements then. I'm assuming that you'd need to access SS01 via SS4, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. So you'd enter off Hazel Barrow Crescent. So you'd access SS04 first to then enable access to SS01.
Okay, so in that case, can I suggest that there would also be a condition referring to that joint vehicular access as well? You've obviously got reference to a footpath stroke green link already, and that would be a main modification to the conditions, I guess, on both of those sites if it's two separate policies.
Yes, okay, we'll add that to the list.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on then to part B. So this is about the provision of, well, the replacement for any use of the playing field on SS01. And the council, from what I can work out, is saying that a developer contribution would be made to improved sports provision elsewhere. So I've got a few questions to the council about that proposal, and then I'll bring in Sport England, because obviously I can see that Sport England have objected to the scheme. So if the council could just outline for me, just to start with, what's the size of the playing field and exactly what was on the playing field, or is on the playing field?
Thank you. I think actually, as a starting point in terms of the fact of what the site is at the moment, is underutilised, I suppose, informal open space used mainly for dog walking. It's got a few desire line footpaths across it. It hasn't been in use for formal sports since the school closed. The former Hazel Barrow Primary School closed in 2003 as part of the South Sheffield Primary Reorganisation Plan, and the buildings were demolished at that stage, and that was the end of formal sports use at that site. The large area of green space, including footpaths to the east between the site and Jordan Thorpe Parkway, would be retained, just worth noting that. And so assessment of whether the land is appropriate really depends on material consideration about the use of that land. And we had quite a long discussion yesterday, unfortunately you weren't here, about a site in Tinsley at ES25, where it's our opinion that the sporting use on that site has been abandoned. This would be a similar type of occasion. It's clearly not had any sporting use on it since 2003.
Yes, I was aware of the discussion that took place, and I had the opportunity to read the case law that was supplied as well. I suppose I do have a few questions on that, because the case law seemed to be referring to residential use, so it's the test of abandonment in relation to residential use. But my question, I suppose, is like if you were to apply the same principles to an area of playing field, there are a lot of playing fields, aren't there, generally in any town or borough, which are in private ownership. So what would prevent a private owner just closing off that site, leaving it for a year or two, saying it's abandoned, saying, oh, actually, we then want housing development? So I can't quite square that up, because they seem to be two very different things. You could literally have all over the country suddenly everything termed abandoned, and Sport England would just be having absolute nightmares.
Well, I think that was the on. I think that was probably, to be fair, a summary of the position Sport England were putting yesterday. But But I'm paraphrasing, obviously. I know there was a little bit more to it than that. As with all of these things, it's a matter of fact and degree. And so the tests that are set down in that case of Hughes are essentially factors that the decision maker considers in looking at whether there is an existing use of land for a particular use. Now, whether it's residential or any other use doesn't determine the assessment that falls to be made. It's a matter of fact and degree for the decision maker applying those kind of issues, so physical condition, period of non-use. I'm just trying to, sorry, I haven't got Hughes in front of me. Any objective, any evidence of owner's intentions, and sorry, I should know this. And just bear with me a second. Sorry, let's get the case. But anyway, those oh, thank you. Can you just, yeah, any use for other purposes. So those, and to be clear, in terms of the case, those were what the Court of Appeal accepted were sort of relevant factors that could be considered in looking at what a reasonable person would conclude the existing use of the land was. There are plenty of other areas in planning law where similar issues have arisen. One example is where, so I'm digressing a bit, but it's really to make a point. But for example, if one's looking at whether a building is constructed as being incidental to the use of a dwelling house, I think the case off the top of my head, but I might be wrong, is Péché de Or, where the court basically, and I can confirm that later, I might be wrong, but the court basically said, well, for example, if you constructed a building in the within the curtilage of a dwelling house one day and said it was for a purpose incidental to the use of the dwelling house, but then the next day started using it for primary purposes, then that would clearly be a sham situation, and the decision maker would be entitled to say that that didn't fall within the GPDO. So the point is there are no hard and fast rules, and it's a matter of fact and degree, and one has to look at all of the circumstances. So I think the example that was given yesterday by Sports England was one that perhaps you just indicated as well. Well, what would happen if somebody just essentially fenced off a playing field and said, well, that's it, it's been abandoned? Well, as a matter of fact and degree in that particular instance, the decision maker might say, well, you know, that was very recent, and we can see that the purpose of doing that was essentially because the person doing that wanted to facilitate a material change of use to another use from that existing use in those particular circumstances. So you have to look at the test, what would the reasonable person think, and apply those kind of factors. And I think what the council was saying yesterday and what it says in respect of this site is that's what it has done. So here, for example, the playing fields are clearly part and parcel of playing fields associated with a school. And the school has been demolished for a considerable period of time. I think it was 2003. So in excess of a decade ago. And so clearly in terms of the use of those playing fields, there's no question of any kind of sham arising here. That was part and parcel of a single use with the school, essentially. It was the school playing fields. Equally, there is no current use of the land as playing fields, and there hasn't been for a considerable period of time. So by analogy, and it's just sort of straight examples, this isn't a case where one day, 1 week, a year later, a site that's just been fenced off, there's an application for material change of use on the basis that is no longer an existing use. There's a factual matrix which supports that conclusion. The playing fields were part and parcel of an alternative use. That use ceased in 2003. The buildings were demolished. That site hasn't been used as playing fields ever since. In fact, it's been used for sort of informal footpath walking, and is it's an overgrown site, as I understand. It's all of these factors come together. So what would the reasonable person think about the use of that site, which was formerly playing fields associated with a school? And what the council's saying is that existing use in the circumstances it has concluded has ceased. So there are no hard and fast rules, but it's a matter of planning judgment, essentially, and that's how the council's approached that issue.
Thank you. I'll obviously bring in Mr. Carroll in just a second. I've got one just follow-up question for you, Ms. Reid. You mentioned that the area is used for informal open space now. Can I just ask you whether there's a surplus of informal open space, that type of open space within the locality?
So I think I meant informal footpaths walking across it.
So,
yes.
But effectively it has the function of a dog walking area, informal open space. Is there a shortage of that type of open space in the vicinity?
That is a very good question. We will have to check. Just give us a moment.
I don't know if perhaps one of you is able to check that out, because it'd be really useful for informing the discussion. Thank you. So, Mr. Carroll, I assume you might have been reflecting on this overnight then, and was there anything you wanted to add, or generally about that case law position, or about this specific case?
I think we would, with it being a new issue being brought up by the council that we consider abandonment, we would like, if at all possible, to submit a written submission with regards to that matter. We would like to get it checked with our lawyers to understand from our perspective. But reiterating yesterday, we see in this part of the world, in the south analysis area in Sheffield, in the playing pitch strategy, the shortfalls in youth and mini football. We also consider that with the explosion in women and girls football teams, that there's probably more of a need for these kind of sites. Looking at this site, you can easily accommodate 11v11 youth, 9v9 youth, several 5-a-side, 7-a-side, different typologies of football pitches, and it's a shame that the council's not overlooking their guidance, particularly recommendation G1 of the council's playing pitch strategy. It just seems to be that doesn't mean anything in this situation, unfortunately. In my opinion, there is no positive obligation under planning law for any of the playing field to be actively used as such, and therefore the development proposal, if there is one, should be in accordance with paragraph 99. As council said, it's a matter of fact and degree. I think my question is, if it is not playing field, what is it? And the same with the site yesterday. Both sites, they could be marked out as formal playing pitches, and they wouldn't require planning permission. I visited the site this morning. In my opinion, it was flat. It was overgrown, but you could put a bit of herbicide, cut the grass, and you could mark out the pitch. Yes, it would need a little bit of work, but it wouldn't be requiring engineering works to make pitch. So in my opinion, it's clearly a playing field, and if like I said, and I give another example, TV Harrison in Leeds, where the council on site, the residents went over the fence, cut the grass, and marked out a playing pitch, and it became active playing field. So I'm struggling. I struggle to understand the disuse and the private use argument. It's not indicating in the MPPF anywhere. And also I'd like to ask, I think the word existing use, I think, was raised. There's no definition in the glossary of the MPPF as to what that said, and an inspector in an appeal decision that I've read basically says paragraph 99 is broad enough to encompass that that the site can be brought into active use. It doesn't have a period, and we've come across playing field sites that have been 30-40 years not being used before, and inspectors have considered them being playing field land. I haven't come across an appeal decision yet that's where the inspectors considered abandonment to be the cause, but that's my experience, and colleagues that I've managed to get in touch with last night, this morning, have all said the same thing. And then one final thing, we haven't been presented any evidence in terms of the criteria that council have said that then both sites are abandoned. Again, we would welcome time to look at the evidence provided and also provide our opinion on that. Thank you.
No, thank you for that. In my experience, I haven't come across that argument either. I've certainly had plenty of plans where they've been disused, sports pitches on school sites or in other sort of private ownership, yes, that have been, yes, retained and brought back. So I would actually say that your suggestion of allowing a written submission is a good one and a fair one as well.
Absolutely, but I just want to be clear about the point that I was making, just so it's not lost and it's not the introduction of some sort of new concept. The point is that the framework talks about an existing use. I am not saying that in all cases where there is no existing activity on the site, that site has no existing use for those purposes. So absolutely the case that one can have a site that is in an existing use where there is no activity or there hasn't been for a period of time. But the words existing use indicate that one has to inquire as to what the existing use of the land is. It's a common concept, particularly in enforcement cases, actually, when one's looking at what the existing use of land is for the purpose of determining, for example, whether there's been a material change of use of land. And so the point about abandonment is, well, here we've got sites which are accepted to have been in a use at a point in time as playing pitches. And the question is that still their existing use? The fact that there hasn't been activity on those sites is, for a period of time, is a factor to consider, along with others, in considering whether or not those sites are in an existing use for those purposes. And that's where the concept of abandonment comes in, because what that case law indicates is that in certain circumstances you can have a site that has been in use for a particular purpose, and at a point in time it loses that existing use. Not simply a question of activity, it's a question of various factors, and that's a question of judgment. So that was where that sort of all fits together, and it's looking at, for the purposes of the framework, whether a particular site, based on the particular circumstances, is in an existing use or not. So I hope, sorry, that was quite long-winded, but hopefully that just clarifies the point.
Obviously, I understand the council's position. You've given good clarification there, but you've got case law in front of me about residential abandonment, but there isn't any appeal decision that you're putting in front of me, is there, where an inspector has agreed with the position you're taking in relation to playing fields? And Sport England have just said that they couldn't find, obviously he's only had a day, they can't find that appeal decision that says that.
No, but the point is that no, we don't have any appeal decisions, and I'm not sure that the council has looked to see whether there are any, to be fair to the council, because the point about the residential use in the case that I've referred to is setting out the general principles that one considers in looking at whether a site that is no longer in an active use for something is still has an existing use for those purposes. And so you could have two residential sites where the same sort of suite of considerations are considered, but the decision maker comes to a completely different decision in respect of that. They are general principles that, and I mean, it's not for me to give evidence, but, you know, in the enforcement context, we've dealt with plenty of different types of sites with different types of uses. And those are the principles that apply. And the decision maker looks at those and considers whether the facts in front of him or her support that particular proposition. So the principles aren't fact specific in that case, they are general. What is fact specific is the judgment that the decision maker has to reach as to whether a particular site is in an existing use or not. And those are the factors that are relevant. And as I say, I fully accept. And I've also, of course, been involved in a number of cases where there is a playing field that has been fenced off and everybody accepts that there is an existing use of that playing field, albeit there's no activity or no current activity, or there's been a period of non-activity on that site. But I think the evidence the council's relied on here, it says goes beyond that, and there are a number of factors that come together here to demonstrate that those sites do not have an existing use for those purposes.
So going back to my question, I don't know if you had an opportunity to find out with the shortage or not of informal open space.
Thank you. Yes, the easiest place to refer to, I think, is in the site selection methodology, CD 56, where the indicators against that site SSO1 indicate there is it's in an area where there is insufficient informal open space below the policy standard.
So, anticipating our next question, does that change your position in terms of wanting to allocate the whole site for housing?
I think, Mum, with this case, you know, with any of these sites, there's no perfect site, and it's a planning balance with a lot of these things. And in this case, we see the significant benefits of bringing forward new homes in this location. There are, the sustainability appraisal shows that there are significant benefits from this site in terms of its access to public transport, no impact on heritage assets or best and most versatile agricultural land. So there are lots of benefits or no, there's no other harm going to be caused in terms of developing this site for housing. So it is a planning balance thing, but we do, we have recognised and taken account of the fact that there is insufficient open space within the area as a whole. I think the other thing to bear in mind is that as part of this development, we will be looking to the policy, the development will be subject to the policy on new open space as part of residential development. So there's a potential to provide new informal open space or children's play facilities if needed as part of the development.
Yes, I suppose that takes us on to my next question, which is effectively you've said that there would be some sort of contribution towards improved sports provision elsewhere. Could you tell me a little bit about that? Have you looked at what sports facilities in the vicinity need improvement, qualitative improvement or quantitative extension or whatever, and how that would be delivered?
Thank you. Yes, I'm just to note here that I'm relaying information from other officers in different departments of the council. So obviously we have had conversations with Sport England variously about different aspects of the plan and know that this is a site that they're very concerned about. We haven't got a firm proposal for where contributions could go to, albeit that this area of the city does have options for provision of sports facilities. I think it is worth just mentioning a fairly recent example in the city where Sport England were quite flexible and willing to accept financial contributions to improve sports facilities elsewhere in the city as sort of for the greater good. And that was taken at a recent development at Mercier School in the Aberdell Road area of the city, where a new housing development has taken place. And there's been a financial contribution made there where Sport England agreed that in that circumstance that was a reasonable way of resolving the potential loss of a sporting facility in one location and improving facilities elsewhere. But to directly answer the question, there isn't a firm location for an alternative provision for that funding to be used, albeit that my colleagues in the Sports and Recreation, I can't remember what they're called, Parks and Leisure Department, are looking for locations at the moment as part of other projects that they're working on.
I mean, you obviously recognise that some form of mitigation then is necessary, hence the proposal for some sort of off-site contribution. And you obviously have the paragraph 99 in the MPPF to judge that against. So I'm a bit sort of surprised that you haven't actually identified where that would be spent, because from where I'm sitting, there would need to be some sort of evidence that this is, well, likely, obviously not certainly not all the details of delivery, but some sort of idea of where this would take place and whether it is deliverable at all. Okay. Mr. Carroll, would you like to come back in at this stage?
Thank you, ma'am. I'm not aware of that scheme, so I cannot comment, unfortunately. But we are, from my experience, my colleagues and I, we assess every planning application against the playing fields policy, our playing fields policy, and against paragraph 103 of the MPPF. And the reason why myself was here yesterday, along with colleagues, we are extremely concerned about playing field provision in Sheffield. We have had meetings with Football Foundation, England Wales Cricket Board, who all expressed concerns about insufficient playing field land, basically. And it's all right, you can have golden taps in a changing room, and loss of playing fields, but if you haven't got the quantum of land to deliver playing fields and playing pitches, it's pointless. It's quantity and quality, and unfortunately what we've been offered previously is qualitative improvements to playing field sites. I'm not aware of any new playing field sites that have been proposed, or sites that are not playing fields at this moment in time being put forward for playing field provision. So that is why we are here. We are concerned, and I think us being here, and from your experience, ma'am, I can imagine you don't usually see Sport England at these events. We only come when we are concerned, and we are very concerned about the loss of playing field sites. Thank you.
Thank you. I also meant to ask the council, obviously you recognised, as in your hearing statement, there's a need for improved provision elsewhere, some sort of form of contribution to sports facilities, but given this site is being used at the present time as some sort of informal dog walking area, some recreational use, is there also a need to make some contributions towards informal space? Or I haven't asked about other forms of open space provision in the local area, for example, like allotments or anything like that.
Thank you. In the absence of anybody else jumping in on that, again, I'm relaying information from colleagues who are not able to be here today. Obviously, there would be a degree of contribution towards open space in terms of land take within the site itself. You'd expect that to come forward, and there's the opportunity to deliver against the children's play typologies on the site. I think just going back to the point that Mr. Carroll made, I recognise that they're concerned about space for playing fields, and we'd discussed the opportunity to provide a financial contribution towards sports facilities elsewhere. I think it's just worth taking a step back and making clear the point that was in relation to recognising the need for sports provision. What we're not saying is that we're trying to replace sports provision that's already there, because we would clearly contend that hasn't been in sporting use for 20 plus years. So it's not a sporting use that needs replacing. The discussion is more about how can this site work towards achieving the objectives of improving sporting facilities within this part of Sheffield.
Mr. Carroll.
Thank you, ma'am. The concern is that we have worked with the council on a playing pitch strategy, and that playing pitch strategy demonstrates supply and demand of playing pitches, and that is being ignored. Recommendation G1 is very clear, and I won't repeat it, but I think everything that's needed is in that recommendation, and that is in line with paragraph 98 of the MPPF and paragraph 99, which helps. So that's all I've got to say. And I believe personally that tallies up with the lack of insufficient open space as well, the lack of playing field sites. That's what the purpose is, paragraph 98 is for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can I just check then in terms of what you would want to see? I'm assuming you'd want to see the whole of the site, the playing field, the old playing field area retained and put back into use as some sort of pitches. I think you mentioned there were football shortages particularly, so that's what you'd be looking for? Yes,
that's what we'd be looking for. Alternatively, a suitable mitigation package, as what we have dealt with other councils, with other sites. Usually get showing how a site can be deliverable by playing fields being delivered elsewhere, but a mitigation proposal, but we haven't had sight of any of that. And we haven't had sight within a playing pitch strategy that demonstrates that site is surplus to requirements. So that's the other option that we would expect, but that's not been the case here.
Ms Roden, you first, or Mr Vincent? Sorry, I didn't see. You choose the order of the three of you.
Yeah, ma'am, I've just turned up the open space assessment area analysis for the south area. I think you asked about the provision of other types of open space, so that might be helpful just to direct you to the table there. So in the document, I'll give you the reference in a moment when I just close this down, but it's table 1 at paragraph 1.4 within the south area analysis. And it does show allotments, there is sufficient supply, amenity green space, there's a slight undersupply, recreation, just park and recreation grounds, it says sufficient supply, there's a slight undersupply of play space for children and for youths, but it's quite a small undersupply. There is sufficient supply of accessible natural green space. So those are the categories where the open space assessment gives a view on the adequacy of supply within the South Sub-Area, and that is, if I just give you the reference, so that's OS 12.
Thank you, ma'am. I just wanted to follow up on a point that Mr Vincent made about the site being brought forward for housing. I just wanted to make it clear, as set out in our delivery trajectory, the site is to be put forward for affordable housing, obviously meeting quite a significant need in the city. The trajectory just set out that it's part of a council-owned disposal programme for direct delivery by a housing association. The timelines are set out in the trajectory, but due to commercial sensitivities, further information can't be provided. However, I would draw your attention to, in the examination library, CD 49, which is our Reg 19 representation, under PDSP 072, which was support of this site allocation by Sanctuary Housing Association. So I just wanted to draw the point that it is housing, but it's also meeting a need for affordable housing on this site if it was brought forward as a housing allocation.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I think Ms Rowan's slightly stolen one of my points, which was a relative factor. So to remind ourselves of in the balance is around whether there is actually a reasonable prospect of this being brought back after 20 odd years into sports pitch use, which there isn't a realistic prospect of that happening. But I think just on a slightly more positive note, for your information, the council are committed to ensuring that we've got an up-to-date evidence base to inform our sporting development strategies and to aid targeted investment across the city. And the sport and leisure team are currently working separate to this with Sport England and other partners to develop a new playing pitch strategy and built sporting facilities strategy, hoping for this work to begin in the next couple of months and be ready for active use early in 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Johnson.
I think just one comment from me, just for clarification, and Sheffield's we're not proposing to build on lots of sports fields here as part of this local plan, and we are committed, and there's a lot of recent examples of the city to improve sporting facilities. We've seen, and we've touched on it already today with previous colleagues at Sport England, examples where other sporting facilities have been replaced with other developments, and it's been accepted that financial contributions to help deliver other aspects of playing pitch strategies and other strategies is an acceptable way forward. I think colleagues have just touched on as well, and again, it does relate to an extent to the fact that we really were focusing on 2 sites here, and we just need to make sure that we keep that perspective relative to the scale of a local plan, that the city's not proposing to build on lots of its playing fields here by any stretch of the imagination. And there's 2 sites here that, as Miss Reid has touched on, based on the circumstances of these particular sites and the points that Mrs. Roden in particular has just made around the sort of the benefits of bringing these sites forward, which actually haven't been in active use for a long time. There's a real balance that we've tried to strike here through the decisions that have been made in terms of allocation through the local plan. So it was just to bring all of our points together towards the end there, just to re-emphasise the 2 points around our broader approach to playing pitches in the city, which we are committed to, and we work in partnership with Sport England to deliver. And obviously we've got a lot of respect for Sport England, including their opinions in the room today. But there is a wider planning balance here. So it was just to re-emphasise those points. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carroll, did you wish to say anything else?
Thank you, ma'am. We want to work with the council. We want to proactively work with the council, and we are really happy that they're looking at carrying out a playing pitch strategy. But at the same time, as I understand it, local plans need to be evidence driven, and we've got a playing pitch strategy that a lot of my colleagues and national governing bodies of sport spent a lot of time developing. And we would just like the findings respected within that document. I appreciate there's a balancing act, but there's also paragraph 98 and 99 that's quite clear in terms of what happens with outdoor sports facilities. They play a very key role in ensuring that people have access to open outdoor space so they can carry out all sorts of outdoor sports and recreation. And once they're developed and once they're gone, they are gone. And as I understand it, Sheffield have not allocated any playing field sites or any other spaces for sports or recreation to look at the shortfalls in playing pitch provision. So we must try and battle to retain what we already have. And even if yes, the sites might be in disuse, but they could be brought back into use to help address them supply and demand issues. Thank you.
Thank you. I think having heard all sides around the table today, I do have some concerns in the context of paragraph 99 of the MPPF and the requirement to make some provision for existing loss. The other issue before me is, though, that there isn't information about what that mitigation would actually involve, where, when, how much, if it's actually deliverable, which is like another aspect of concern. Obviously, I've agreed that, Mr. Carroll, you'd be submitting some further information after talking to your colleagues in Sport England in response to the Council's recent issue with abandonment and the case law which has been submitted into the examination library. So I'm not able, obviously, to reach a conclusion today. We'll obviously wait and see your response. How long do you anticipate needing to do that piece of work?
Could I have sorry? Can I have 21 days? Is that all right? Three weeks? Is that okay? Yeah. Sorry, I'm not used to the time frames. I'm always working to a 21-day deadline. So yeah.
I think that probably sounds reasonable, because I think this is actually, for yourselves, this is a much wider issue, isn't it, than just Sheffield? No disrespect. This is actually going to the heart of actually what you do in a lot of council areas across the country. So I think probably 3 weeks, I think, sounds reasonable. Mr. Johnson?
I think it is important, particularly since Sports England aren't legally represented here, that they're given the amount of time that they need. So we'd obviously agree with that, wouldn't we?
Sorry, ma'am. with that in mind, could I get back to you in terms of the actual time frame? Because I would need to speak with my senior colleagues who would then need to look at receiving council advice. Thank you.
No, I think that's absolutely fine. So if you can confirm via the programme officer, and I'm assuming the council agree with that.
Yeah, I think it, as I say, I think it's important that we have got time in the programme, and I think it's important that Sports England feel they're able to provide a measured and response that they wish to respond. So of course we're happy to be flexible with timescales. I just think I think Mr Johnson just wanted to make a point about further engagement with Sports England to potentially, I think, address some of the concerns that you've just raised, ma'am.
Yeah, based on the concerns we've heard today, and I know we've been having continuous conversations with Sport England around these subjects, but I mean, it's an offer from the council as well to over this next period to re-engage, to see. I think from if it's a summary of today, is that there is potential for Sport England to support the loss of the provision as it's seen in Sport England's eye based on acceptable compensation. And obviously we've heard concerns around that compensation being more specific. So perhaps something we can take away from today as well is to just re-engage or continue those common ground conversations to say, actually, particularly because this site in particular is in council ownership, we can have more conversations with you around what that compensation could potentially look like and what we can do. It may be that we can't reach common ground on that, but it feels that after today's conversation and the concerns we've heard, that it would be worth just trying to move that common ground forward again to see if we can find agreement.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, obviously we're always open to discussions with the council. I've got a good relationship with the sports and leisure officer at the council, so more than happy to have them discussions. But I keep any scheme in my opinion, still needs to accord with paragraph 99 of the MPPF. But again, open to having them discussions. Thank you.
Okay, so that's two actions effectively. So obviously you'll check on the times with your colleague and then submit written comments or written statement. And then I think the second action is what you just said, Mr Johnson, actually further negotiations between the two parties and see if there is some sort of compensation package or something you can come up with that both parties would be agreeable to. Okay, that's two actions. Ms Reid, is there anything else? Because your nameplate's on its side. Confused enough by the computer screens as well, like. Okay, that's probably enough on that item then. We'll move on to the second item concerning Sport England, but I'm assuming perhaps you might not have objections to this one. We'll proceed anyway. So this is site SS18, Hemsworth Primary School. So I've got just a couple of questions about the planning permission and progress with works before we go on to the playing field issue under 22A. If I could just check with you, so the planning permission, is it for older person housing and dwellings, and then also retention of the playing field? Does that form part of it?
That's right, yes. The existing planning permission retains the playing field.
Your hearing statement says that a start is expected in April 2024, but then in the October trajectory there seems to be first completions in 2032. Was there a reason for that difference in time, or is it just an error in terms of the start?
I'm just opening up the relevant document. It's not an error, but I'm just going to give you why that is. Just wait for it to load. Thank you, ma'am. Sorry for the delay. I may have to triple check this with colleagues. The information I have in front of me is slightly conflicting. As I understand it, the site was granted permission for an older person's accommodation. However, it still remains in council ownership, but it looks like it may be moved to a different delivery programme, not through the council stock increase programme. So I apologise for that error on the commentary, but the pro forma that I have in front of me, signed by the Housing Growth Director, which I'll just open. Has that they're currently undertaking assessment for an alternative delivery mechanism. So it's now been removed from the council stock increase programme. So again, I do apologise for that misinformation that was provided. We can certainly go away and double check the funding and delivery assumptions behind that, but I understand that's why it's being moved later, because they're really looking at the best proposal for that scheme now.
No, I mean, that probably makes sense, because I couldn't work out why you'd be applying for planning permission in 2022 and then completions in 2032. So the reason is that you're changing programmes potentially.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for confirming that. So just moving on then to the issue of the playing fields. So you've confirmed that the playing fields would be retained, and you're now proposing a condition then which requires the retention of the playing field on the site. Does Sport England have any views on that proposed change and on the scheme?
Apologies, ma'am, but we're not aware of that particular site. As you can imagine, there's over 400 playing field sites in the city, and my predecessor, who commented on the local plan to begin with, didn't raise any objections to the initial proposal. But if there is playing field on site, we would expect it to be treated as such, and paragraph 99 and our playing fields policy be given due regard. So yes, if it's retaining the playing field, we respect that, and we would not raise an objection. We would, I think, sorry, not being aware of the site, but just speaking at the top of my head, just to ensure that issues of ball strike, noise, etc. is given due consideration, so there's no prejudicial impact in accordance with paragraph 193 of the MPPF. I understand that the council looking at wording of a policy to ensure that their matters are addressed.
So on that basis, I'm assuming that you agree with the proposed change to include a specific condition referring to retention?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So yes, I would agree that should be a main modification. So if you could add that to the list, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we will. Sorry, it was one of the sites that we've discussed more generically under the in relation to the site, but also in relation to the policy conversation we had the other day about potential changes to GS1 to ensure that sites, developments adjacent sporting uses don't prejudice their use as well. So it's picked up under that.
Okay, and then the last part of this question, and part B, is just this issue of the additional condition relating to ancient woodland buffer. I would agree that that would be a useful main modification. No further comments on that. So if that would be added to the list, thank you. Okay, I've got no further questions then on item 22. Mr. Carroll, did you wish to leave at this stage? You have no need to stay. Okay, I'll just pause for a minute whilst you shuffle your papers and disappear. Thank you very much for coming. Okay, let's resume then with 23. So this is site SS17, which is the former Norton Aerodrome, a site owned by the council, proposed for 270 homes, and is a Greenbelt release. So I have some questions about the site boundaries and the density under parts A and B, and then various questions about mitigation measures under C, D, E, and then just a few questions about the delivery timescales under part F. So firstly then, in terms of the extent of the allocation and its boundaries, it's obviously part of a larger site. So if you could just explain to me how you determined the boundaries and the allocation size to start with. Thank you.
Thank you, yes. So this is quite a large red line around the allocation, which largely reflects the historic site boundary in terms of its land ownership. The developable area of the site was considered based on a review along with the ecology team, which took account of both the nature of the hard standing area on the site and the fact that there are significant areas of the site which have revegetated and now have some degree of ecological interest. So on that basis, the residential zone has been drawn up to reflect the locations which previously had buildings on, which have now been demolished, and it's a larger contiguous area of previously developed land. There are smaller areas of hard standing which lie to the east, but those are indicated to be within the urban green space zone, largely due to the ecological interest on those pieces. So what we've done in effect is try to determine the quantum of previously developed land on the site, which is spread out across a number of different sort of pads, as it were, and then condense those into the area where the largest proportion of previously developed land is, so that we can contain the new built form on that area, which is also closest to the roadside and leaves ample space to the east and the north of the site for open space provision and areas which are able to sort of benefit from their existing ecological interest effectively. Does that make sense as a starting point?
No, that's useful in terms of just clarifying how you identified the developable area. I think I was probably just asking the question more about how did you just determine the actual boundaries of the whole allocation site, given that I assumed it's all a site within same ownership. I'm not sure whether you've said that it's the reason you've chosen that specific boundary is because it's different ownership.
No, it's owned by the council.
So the whole parcel, effectively, so in the Greenbelt, going back to the Greenbelt assessment, it was identified as part of a larger parcel. And from my reading of the Greenbelt assessment is that actually, as a whole parcel, it's scored weakly against Greenbelt purposes, which is obviously your starting point, isn't it, to do the Greenbelt review, assess the site options. Yes. So I'm just trying to work out how you went from the whole wider parcel being a poorly weak performing site to actually choosing a portion of that weakly performing site.
Yes. Well, obviously it's part of a larger Greenbelt parcel in terms of indicating Greenbelt purposes, but the allocation site itself relates to the fact that it's a previously developed site. And so the starting point in that sense was the parcel of land which forms the boundary of the Norton Aerodrome site itself, which is what is considered to be previously developed. And that's where the suppose the spatial decision came from that when we're looking for land to develop, the first place we started to look was previously developed sites in the Greenbelt where we felt that exceptional circumstances would exist for release of that land from the Greenbelt. So that takes you to the site boundary of the site SS17. Yes, I suppose then you skip to the part that I was describing about how we've determined the residential zone within that wider allocation.
So just to clarify then, is it your position that you think that the whole allocation site is previously developed land, or do you recognise there are some areas that are greenfield effectively?
No, there are some areas which have significantly regenerated with self-set trees and hence the biodiversity interest. That's why the previously developed part of it, when we walked it with colleagues from ecology, we were determined what the scale in terms of hectareage of previously developed land was, and then we've formulated a proposal to have the sort of the main areas of former hard standing being where that residential zone would then be, that reflects best the previously developed land. I did note that there are other bits of previously developed land scattered around the rest of the site, but they are largely encroached on by greenery.
And effectively, you wanted some greenfield areas within that allocation to provide the open space, and then the built form would be on the previously developed areas.
That's right, yes.
Okay, I don't have any further questions under A. So moving just on to the issue of site density. So obviously we have a residential density of 40 dwellings per hectare, and the council in their general policy NC9 has a range of 40 to 70 dwellings per hectare of sites within easy walking distance of tram stops and other high frequency bus routes. So obviously you've got that range. I was just interested in terms of your selection of the 40 dwellings per hectare, given this is like obviously quite a key allocation site in the plan.
That's right, thank you. Yes, I think we've already discussed earlier that the capacities are estimates. So in this case, as with other sites where they don't have planning permission, we've used the site density based on the rules of thumb set out in Appendix 1 of the HELA, which takes account of those relative levels of accessibility and indicates that when you're estimating capacity, use the lower end of the range to ensure that you're not overestimating effectively. It's not to say that that's exactly what it has to be. I think one of the key things here is that it could potentially take a slightly higher density, but we are recognising that it's on the edge of the Greenbelt, which is an open landscape, and the edge of the Moss Valley Conservation Area, which falls in North East Derbyshire, as well as the need to utilise this opportunity to develop a mixture of family accommodation, which might fall at the lower end of that range. So I think that's sort of the flow of thinking behind you continuing to utilise that lower end of the density range in terms of estimating capacity.
Thank you. No further questions under B. Moving on to C, I think we've probably covered the issue about C, haven't we, under site SES03. So we'll park that one for now. Moving on to D then, so this is about open space provision on the site, because like I think the SES28, this site is allocated for housing and open space. Are you proposing to provide more than the standard 10% within this?
Thank you. So obviously this is falling under the definition of a strategic site. So we intend to carry out detailed master planning of the site, which will be in accordance with policy AS1. That would determine more accurately the location and extent of the various open space provision within the wider site, and the extent and types of those that would be on there. I think it's worth saying that the residential element of the site would require a degree of open space for users, for new residents of the site, but obviously there are opportunities there to bring open space into use for the wider community also. And I think I might be skipping, no, I won't skip ahead to your next question. I don't know if Ms Roden's got any update from Property Services on their dates for their master planning work on the site.
Yeah, certainly. I'll just scroll down.
Two questions ahead. It's just that it's all rolled in together, obviously.
It's often rolled in together. That's fine. We can be fluid today.
It was just to set out that information from our property services colleagues. So the site is in full council ownership. Just to be clear, the allocation and marketing of the site will be reliant on the allocation in the local plan due to its current designation as Greenbelt. So we have been informed by property services colleagues that with this particular site, unlike previous sites we've discussed, SES 10, we are going to put forward a master plan that will go out to market with the site as opposed to an IPAN, an informal planning advice note. So that is the next step. What is already underway are site investigation works. So to date, topographical survey, an ecology survey, and phase 1, phase 2, sorry, I'll repeat that. A topographical survey and an ecology survey are completed, but a phase 1 and phase 2 investigation surveys are currently being commissioned. And then we've been informed the next steps are a master plan. So that gives the council approximately 16 months for the master plan development and the site investigation work to be completed before the site is marketed in 25-26.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think I've got some questions later, so I'll park those for now. Should we move then to the next question, which is about compensatory improvements to the remaining areas of Greenbelt? If you can just sort of tell me what compensatory improvements you have planned.
Thank you. Yes, so this is a slightly odd piece of Greenbelt in that it's on the edge of North East Derbyshire, which is obviously a different local authority. So we've got a piece, a remaining piece of Greenbelt within Sheffield directly to the east of the site, which currently largely comprises playing fields and open space, which could benefit from an enhancement and better accessibility for both nearby residents of existing housing and new residents, as well as people in the large Hemsworth estate across the road who currently don't benefit as well from access into that site as they could. They can't currently access through the Norton Aerodrome site. We do recognise that based on paragraph 142 of the framework, we're required to offset the impact of removing land from the Greenbelt through compensatory improvements to the quality and accessibility of the remaining Greenbelt. I think it's the accessibility part that's key there. So we would be open to adding a condition on development to this effect into this policy. That's probably something that we've missed, and we need to pop that in there if you'd be amenable to that.
Yes, I think there's not necessarily always a requirement to have it within a policy, but if you haven't got a supporting document that has an analysis of...
Yeah, I think that given where the site is, the logical way that we'd be achieving compensatory improvements would be through accessibility rather than environmental quality, because the area for development is not that likely to reduce environmental quality significantly. So the best way to make an improvement is through accessibility from the site itself. And so I think the condition could reasonably apply to it.
Yes, I would agree with some sort of wording would be needed and would be a main modification. I think it could be fairly flexible. I don't sort of want to tie you down necessarily to the exact description of the scheme you've just said, because things may change, but you could perhaps have some reference to possibly could be on that site next door. something along those lines. If I leave you to obviously look at the exact wording. And then that takes us to the timing. So we'll take a break after I've done this item. So the timing of the site, you've obviously provided a bit of information about what technical work's been done. And the marketing would be in 25, 26, I think you said, didn't it? Yeah, we confirmed. So when the marketing's taken place, I'm assuming you're anticipating that would take, probably a year? And then a planning application would follow then. Can you just tell me about the timescales moving forward?
Yes, certainly. So marketing in 25, 26. We have allowed for then a 5-year lead-in time from marketing to first completions on the site. So this is a year longer than we set out in the HELA Table 7 for council sites of this scale, which is 4 years. So we've also assumed that delivery build-out rates would be 70 dwellings per year based on 2 builder outlets on the site. And this is informed by Table 6 of the HELA, which gives assumptions for build-out rates. This is obviously, as Ms Stevens has said, as in line with the capacity. This is all our assumptions based on best available information at the time using the HELA rules of thumb for those particular lead-in times and build-out rates. Does that answer your question or anything more further?
No, that's absolutely fine. Mr Bolton, do you wish to comment?
I know both you and Ella looked at me while you were talking there. To be honest, with this, our point is that delivery will be outside the 5 years, and I think we don't need to go any further than that because we're agreed on that. Just on your most recent document here, you do have 2 lots of 70 in red, and I think that just means you're taking them out if you look at the actual documentation. But what you said, it makes, if you printed it out in colour, you'll see if not. But I think we're agreed on this.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. So delivery is now estimated in the 6 to 10 year period, yeah.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions on this site, so I propose we take a short comfort break now. So if we meet back at 10 past. Thank you. Okay, let's resume. We've reached agenda item 24. So this is looking at the availability, deliverability of various housing sites as identified in the new evidence documents. Picking up firstly on site SS07, the new evidence document says that there's no information on site availability. Is there any update on that from the council?
Yes, thank you, Ma'am. No further update on availability, and the council, for this particular site, as it's not benefiting from any wider regeneration initiative or land assembly, we propose to deallocate this site for 28 units.
Bolton, did you wish to comment on this site?
I was going to, but no. To be honest, we do know this site. We've acted for this the landowner here before. The site presently is in active use, both of the car wash and car sales. We did achieve planning consent on it some time ago, which wasn't implemented. Really on viability grounds, even though it's in one of the more viable areas of the city. So I think deallocating is the correct approach.
Thank you. So in that case, I would then agree that would be a change to the plan, a main modification to remove that allocation. Moving on then to SS11. So this is a council change to the proposed lead-in time. You're suggesting it should now be within years 6 to 10 rather than years 1 to 5. Can you the lead-in time will be?
Yes, certainly. As you've picked up, we've proposed a change, but it's not actually reflected in the updated trajectory. So just to give you a bit of background, so 14 units granted permission in 2022 with a further application to alter conditions granted in 2023. So the site does have extant permission. However, information from the site agent in the summer confirmed that the developer was seeking to sell the site with an active permission. So therefore, we've taken the view that the site does have extant permission, but we've assumed delivery a bit later in year 6 to take a slightly more cautious approach. To confirm, year 6 is 2030-31.
Thank you. Okay, I would agree with that change. Sorry, Mr. Bolton, didn't ask your opinion on that.
My understanding is that the most recent application reduced from 14 to 10 dwellings on the site. I'll just give you the reference number. I mean, it's not a great deal here and there, is it really? But application 22036668 full is erection of 10 dwelling houses. Oh, no, apologies, and 4 apartments. So yeah, no, that is 14. Sorry, my mistake. But I agree with the timing because there's quite a lot to be sorted out in terms of the conditions, including SUDs, landscaping, highway management, etc. So yeah, the timing looks right.
Yes, I would agree with that proposed change put forward by the council. Then SS12, and this is another proposed change to lead-in times. It appears to, I guess, be logical if this is something that the agent is suggesting, so I don't have any specific questions on that.
Okay, that's fine.
Then picking up on SS13. Sorry, do apologise. Would you like to comment on 12?
In terms of 12, the permission was granted on the 29th of September 2021, so I think the permission's now lapsed. And I do note that the preconditions weren't signed off, but there has been a building regs permission for a loft conversion of the existing dwelling, which tends to suggest that something else is going to happen there. So I don't know how that compares with what the agents said. It's an existing property, basically, Mum.
Odin, would you like to respond?
Yeah, I apologise. I had voices in my ears. I thought we were still talking about SS11. No, that's fine. Sorry, it's me catching up with my notes.
Should I get Mr. Bolton to repeat his statement? Because you were probably talking, weren't you?
No, it was. I think my statement previously was, I thought you were talking about SS11. So yes, please carry on, Mr. Bolton.
No, SS12. I think the permission's lapsed because it was granted in 29th of September 21. So 3 years, that's lapsed, and had pre-commencement conditions that weren't resolved. And I've noted that there's building regs for loft conversion of the existing property. So it seems to me that that's possibly going a different way in terms of being redeveloped.
Yes, thank you. I've got the right site and the right notes now. Excuse me. So we would agree that the site did technically expire on the 29th of September previous month. And information from the agent suggested the permission wasn't going to go ahead because of viability. We have since had information from our development management colleague who did speak to the agent and owner of the site, which probably does confirm what Mr. Bolton has said, that the site won't be going ahead because it's due to be demolished, and they've obviously just had a building regs for the loft. So we're proposing to deallocate SS12.
Okay, I've got no arguments with that, I guess, if that's the latest information that you've received. Okay, so that would be a main change to the plan. Then moving on to SS13. Again, this is evidence regarding site availability. Do you have any update on that?
We don't have any further update. So the site had permission, but it has been approximately 5 years since that expired. The site is derelict, and the council are of the view, again, because it's not part of any wider regeneration initiative or land assembly or in a programme, we propose to deallocate SS13 for 14 units.
Comments, Mr. Bolton?
No, I think given where we are, that's the only option. I mean, it is clearly a redevelopment site at some point, but without the evidence, it can't be allocated.
Yes, I would agree with the council's conclusion it's reached on that issue, and that would be a main change. Okay. That takes us on then to any comments on any other sites or any other issues relating to matter 14. Mr. Bolton.
Again, we did make some limited comments on sites 4, 6, 9 and 13 in our Reg 19, and I just draw your attention to those.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got no further questions then regarding matter 14 sites. Does the council wish to say anything before we close?
Yes, we have one other issue, but could we just have 5 minutes to just check with Ms. Reid on what we propose to present to you on that issue? Thank you.
10 minutes, just in case. We've got to get to the room and back.
Oh yes, all right. 10 minutes in that case. It won't take very long when we bring it.
Do you want a bit longer, Laura, because we've got to get there and back. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Bolton, past. Yeah, these chairs are a bit embarrassing, aren't they? Mine's been doing the same. All in it together. Okay, Ms Stevens, did you want to make your announcement then?
Thank you. No, I'm afraid it's not very exciting. Yes, we'd had something drawn to our attention as a result of an ongoing pre-application inquiry at the moment, and we'd been alerted to the fact that that person thought there may have been a mistake on the policies map that we would need to rectify, and we wanted to draw to your attention. We've just reconsidered that, and there is no mistake on the policies map in respect of the site that they were interested in. So there's, I'm afraid, nothing more to say about it. It isn't any other business, in effect.
And just to be clear, I understand that there's no duly made or other formal representation to you in respect of there being a mistake. It was just that behind the scenes an issue had been raised in the context of a pre-application inquiry. So the council just wanted to check the position in case there had been, and we needed to raise it with you, but they're satisfied there isn't.
That's fine. No change is good. So, all right, thank you very much. So before I close then, I just wanted to say, I'll ask you if you can provide the list of main modifications and actions from yesterday and today. If you're able to, I assume you've written it up from yesterday, but if you can get that over to the programme officer this evening for these 2 days, so then we're able to talk through it more easily tomorrow. Obviously, we'll have to go through Thursday's ad hoc and compare lists and make sure we've got those right. Because it was my intention, once Miss Morgan has finished her items, because I'm not presenting tomorrow, but I'm just going to do the closing session. So once she's finished the main agenda, I was going to go through the first 2 weeks of stage 2, because I always find that having 3 weeks is just too much at once. So we were just proposing to do a short closing session tomorrow, focusing on the issues and actions that have come out of the first 2 weeks. Then also, I'm aware that we've obviously got a new programme out, version 10. We've had quite a lot of changes. So it's actually just an opportunity just to check everything's okay and, you know, practical arrangements, things like that. So obviously we can just come to that tomorrow, discuss that matter if that's okay with you.
Yes, that's all fine, thank you. And yes, my colleague, Ms Neugebauer, has been manfully making action points and modifications at the back. So they'll be ready for you.
Thank you, that's a very useful task. I need someone like you as well. Okay, I've got no more comments. So thank you very much, Mr. Bolton, for coming along and being a one-man band this afternoon for much of it. Yeah. Okay, right, thank you very much. The session this afternoon is now closed.